Good afternoon. It is time for real to finish this. What is up, Chris? I am not working on this anymore after today. It's going to be finished today. We're going to complete that final animation. We're going to watch it through, make sure everything lines up and looks good, feels good. Then we're going to export it, create a thumbnail, and that'll be it. And then you just upload it on Monday morning. Got rid of these, didn't I? I did. To create an overlay effect that kind of looks like this, and kind of pick some cool artsy backgrounds. Okay. Okay. What section is it where I talk about inputs, battle system, and so forth? That stuff over here. You'll probably make some room to say something. I might add one more bit where I talk about the fact that you can switch equipment in the middle of battle. I think that's important to mention. Other than that, I think it's probably good to go. Okay, so we got that open. Where's our section? It's over here. Just get After Effects open. This one. Okay. Let's see. Let's get a composition going here.
Without being able to talk to these men face to face, it's impossible to know exactly how the process was handled, but we do at least have some good quotes from Sakaguchi that establish his personal goals and aspirations for how he wanted the story to land with players. And I think that's the best place to start in analyzing what we ultimately ended up getting.
Maybe I'll do like a crossfade. So we'll start it like right here. And right there. this whole section. It is a minute and what, 14 seconds? 15? About a minute and 14 seconds. So it's pretty long, but first thing I need to figure out how to do is how I'm going to go about making the sort of dreamlike filter around the edges. I have a feeling that I can make something like that in CC Particle World. I don't have Particular right now. If I had Particular, this would probably be easier. And it would probably look a little better, but I wonder if Andrew Kramer has a tutorial on how to do something like that. This kind of thing, right? But I think he made this with Particular. Animated particle effects. See, you can buy the bundle where he has them made, pre-made already. But that's not what I want. He has a tutorial where he teaches you how to make it. Yeah, exactly. If I remember correctly, he has a tutorial on how he did it, like from scratch. He's like shockwaves. But I'm pretty sure he uses Particular here, and if he does, then I can't do it because I don't have Particular. But maybe he has an older tutorial. I'm not going to do it this way. I'm going to have to listen to it, but you guys, I don't want you guys to hear it, so I'm going to silence it for you. Yeah, he's using fractal noise. Okay. Okay, fractal noise. Fractal noise will work. I have fractal noise, right? Yep, that comes with After Effects. I think I can do this. I just need a bit of a refresher on how to do something interesting with it. What I want to do is make it swirl around in a kind of a circle. It's just got soft linear for the noise type. Dynamic progressive soft linear. Whoa. This isn't exactly what I'm looking for, but fractal noise, that's good to know. Let's see if there's another effect that is similar to what I'm looking for that he has a tutorial on. I do remember seeing one last time I was on here. I think it was this one. Energy wipe. Okay, hold on. He made this in a previous tutorial. This a soul removal or? Probably from that. I knew he was going to use CC Particle World for this. Lens convex. Okay. Let's start playing around and see what we can figure out. First of all, we're probably not going to use this at all. So let's grab, I don't know. What does he say during the first part of this? Fetch. I wonder if they have backgrounds from Lost Odyssey. Like, do they have them? That one's just like a moon. Just like a city thing. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get like just like a few cool. Few cool looking sort of backdrops. Like I like this one, for instance. I think I've used this before in a video. Call these night sky. Let's get like a village. This one's kind of cool. This one. This one. I like that. These are really small still. Alright, well, of all these, I would say that I liked possibly this one. Whoa. Change it for each of the 5 quotes. So like a village, maybe like forest. This one's cool. This one's cool. This one's cool. I'll go with this one. Is that a piece of art? It's painted almost. I think we can make it work. Alright, a forest, a night sky. What else? These dream sequences, what do you see in them? A flower bed. Like a door. Maybe like a sunset. Oh, a pier, like a place where ships come in. Yeah, this kind of thing would be perfect. Let's see. What should I go with? I kind of liked. Where was it? One I liked. What the fetch? Where'd it go? This one's pretty cool. This one's cool. I don't know if I want it to be going straight ahead as much as like kind of out to the side like that. All right. Just gotta pick one. I think I'm gonna go with. Why is it so hard for me to choose? Maybe that one? I don't know why this is hard. Like, it's just none of them are quite what I'm looking for. They're like close, but it's just not quite right. This one's kind of cool. Here, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I need to go check on something. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let me see here. Alright, what's this one? Kind of stands out to me. It's black and white. I guess I could do that with anything. Here we go. I think I'm gonna go with that one. What the fetch is taking so long? Fetch. Why is it so compressed? Why can't I see a full version of it? Probably have to like register to do this. I don't know, did that work? Does it look bad? Okay, that's good enough. Call this one Pier. And maybe another one that's just maybe like a flower field. That one's pretty good. This one's pretty good too. Okay, either this one or this one. I'm gonna go with this one down here. This one. Whoa, is this? Is this a painting? It's definitely been edited. This does not look natural, but should be okay. Flowers. And then maybe we'll just grab a sunset just to see if it'll look better in a certain place. Yeah, it's a pier. All of these are sunset over an ocean. I was not expecting that. I was expecting I'd get some more diversity. This is cool. Okay, so that was step one. Step one is get all the images you want and lay them in. And Lost Odyssey. Work the whole folder. So, let's see. What do I start out saying? You know what? It might also be good to grab, like, ancient book. This kind of thing, you know? This or like this kind of thing. Let's see if we can mark it for reuse first. How do you do that? How do you filter a search by? You can't do that on DuckDuckGo. I just do ancient book. Wait, didn't I do this search earlier and find better results in this? Okay, never mind. This is too much work. All right. So what was I saying? Something about stories. Let's just put our village as our starter. Fill the frame up. So what they do is they kind of have a mask over the top, usually of something they're focusing on. They sort of mask it. And then they have like a texture. Yeah, they'll kind of like mask out a piece of it and then fade it into either a dark or a bright sort of like texture. Same here, they kind of have his face and it kind of fades into this dark. Same here, they get kind of like just dark above it. Just like vague. Here they do the same thing, they kind of just mask that. They put like some filtery kind of textures on top of it. Okay, I have a sort of an idea here. So for sure, this, I want to draw a mask. Kind of like this. And then maybe even something kind of interesting like that. Well, we'll feather the crap out of that mask. Even expand it in a bit. We will make this a bit more transparent. Maybe 65 or something. Then what if we put like a white solid underneath it? That'll look like, yeah, like that. Give it that sort of dreamy-ish look to it, right? So maybe desaturate it a bit. It's not secondary. What am I doing? Right here. Yeah, like that. That already looks pretty good. Maybe I can just do some lens textures. This kind of thing. This maybe, that's kind of interesting. Hello, Gnair, how are you? What other lens textures do I like? This one's nice and subtle. Fetch. What's this? That's an interesting texture. What's up, Eric and Rob? How are you guys? Okay, just find one more that looks kind of cool, and we'll just go with that. I like that because it's towards the edges. Alright, so let's apply some of those textures. 1 through 5. Put this over the top. And then you toggle the to screen. Now I can't really tell if it's doing anything here. I mean, it is doing something, but it's hard to see. Maybe we'll do an add something and then I don't like that look right about there. But I want to mask out these bright ones. Oh, that's weird actually, never mind. I did something really weird. Just delete the mask, dude. Maybe I won't use that texture on this one. Try 2. That's a little dirty, I don't want that one. Or this one might look cool. Screen. There we go. Way back. Then, oh, wait a minute. I kind of like that. But then let's do one of these. What are you doing? Like that. I'm into it. That looks cool. Okay. Okay. So let's line up where we're going to put our text. There's all the Sakaguchi quotes back to back. Okay. We're going to do it one sentence at a time. So we can animate them in. Much smaller. Ooh, we need to find out what the font is that they use in the game, too. Something about this is off. There we go. Now this is going to have to be black font. What the fetch? Okay, this is actually going to be really cool when I'm done with it. I'm kind of excited about this right now. All right, we're going to find out the font that is used in the 1,000 Years of Dream sequences. Let's save this real quick. I think this is going to be pretty sweet. It's going to be a bit dramatic, but it'll be kind of cool. Okay, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. What is this font? Did I not save it just now to the desktop? Did I not just do it? What the fetch? Save it as a JPEG. It's going in somewhere else. This font. That's the one. Myandra? Myandra by Galapagos. Cool looking font. You can get it for 39 bucks. There's the pro version. 45. This looks like it is it. I think I'm gonna get it. Alright, I'm buying it. Let's see. What? Oh, do I have to create an account? I hate it when they make you create an account. just to freaking buy something. It's stupid. So dumb. Alright. Download my freaking font, please. I know, it's all about getting you on an email list, right? That's like the whole point, but it's just very annoying. Okay, what am I looking for here? I'm looking for my fonts folder, which is found here. No. There it is. Get in there. Alright, thank you. Put that into my... where I have all my new fonts. Right there. Bink. Alright. You can go away now. I've actually been cleaning it up. Once I'm done with this review, I can get rid of these two, and then all I have to do is watch this cut of The Hobbit that Dude McKay sent me. My desktop can be clean again. I like keeping my desktop really clean, personally. Alright. I'm not in here, I'm in here. And I just got it, and it's called... oh, what was that font called, actually? Crap, I just forgot the name of it. Hold on. It's called Myandra. Winamp is beastly. I've been using Winamp since, I don't know, early 2000s, 2001 maybe, 2000. I love Winamp. Winamp is great. I use it for audio only. For video I use VLC, which I like a lot too. He spanks the mom's ass, yeah. Okay. Oh, come on, get that last one. Now it should have installed, and I should be able to use it right away. There it is. Yeah! Look at that. Wonder if there's a bolder font. Oh, it's kind of just Roman, huh? Alright. What was the difference between them? Not much. Alright, let me take a look at something here. He keeps his sentences short and snappy so that they don't tend to go too far. Well, I guess this one They tend to have kind of a common border where they have some separation from the left edge. Trying to match the formatting of this as well as I can. So we would want to be probably at least about like that far from the edge. Like that. How easy is this to read? Get our second text. And the third. You could have got Sands of Time footage and put the text over the bit before the pool FMV where they're talking over the black screen. That's true, actually. That is very true. All right, let's move it up just a touch, and we'll keep them towards the top for this one. Maybe with about like this much spacing. Whoops. I get confused when they're not in the order that they are in the top. This would more or less be our framing. I don't like... Okay. What I don't like about it is that they go so far to the right of the screen. I feel like I need to kind of chop them up a bit. For instance, like this one coming underneath. Why did it do that? Probably because it's all there. That was the problem. It won't make sense to do that for the others because they don't have commas or breaks. But like the spacing of this feels more correct to the style of the game than stretching them all the way out to the edge. Call back to the video you should have watched? I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, but what Sands of Time video was I supposed to have watched? Oh, the audience. Okay. Now I understand you. um I don't know if it makes sense to do it this way. I could also do a thing where like this is going to be impossible to read, so don't do that. We'll keep it all up here near the top because it's going to be the easiest to read it up there. And I may need to bring the mask here down a little bit just to make this part a little easier to read. In fact, let me work on that real quick. It's not what I'm trying to do, but okay. I am not doing this. Why are you making me do this? Stop. I'm trying to click on the point itself. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to only do this to one. So either I need to do this. Also, while I'm at it, all of these need to be not centered. That. So I'll be able to line them up exactly correctly. Anyways, that looks better to me already. I'm just going to go like that. Okay, so what is the position? Let's go with 125 on all of them. Make sure they're lined up. And then this one can come up a bit. So that's going to be our final framing on this. Okay. Let's hear it. What? Okay, so it's going to come in right about there. So let's get a position keyframe here and here. We'll ease both of them. And have it start out being like over here-ish. Turn on the motion blur. And do a transparency. that it also fades in. Okay, I want it to be a little slower. Drag this out a bit. I want it to ease in a lot easier than that. Kind of like this. No, opposite. It's the opposite way. I did the wrong thing. I need to go this way with it. Yeah, like ease into it. Will you stop? Just render this part so I can see what it'll look like. It's almost right. Just want to make it a little bit longer. All right. The other thing I want to make sure of is that these are spaced the same. Let's also make this 125. Oh, I should have made them both that way, just to make sure that it doesn't. Anyways, the purpose of doing that is to make sure that the spacing is equal. So if I go 225, that's 100, right? Maybe I'll go 200. So it's a 75, so 275. And I'll know that the spacing between them is the same. I want to be a little further apart than that. Let's go 215. 290. No, wait. Is that correct? No, that's not right. Needs an extra 10. 305. I can do math, guys, I think. Is that right? That's 90. That's 90. Yeah, okay. I'm good. That looks a little better. I think on the second one, I'm just going to... Hi, Chrissy. I think on the second one, I'm just going to fade it in. Just right there. Just do an opacity animation over, I don't know, maybe that many frames. And go from 0. So it'll just kind of fade in on the second one. So we'll hide this for a second. We'll kind of see what this will look like. And then I'll do one of those really... I think I want this to move a little further, so let's push it out a bit more. Yeah. Yeah, so the way that they do it in the game is sometimes they fade them on like that. Sometimes they do these really kind of cheesy, sort of like stretchy animations. So I think I'll do one of those types for the third one. And then sometimes they'll just do like a movement where it moves either down or from right to left, or see like that. And then they'll fade it on. I guess he does bring it underneath sometimes, doesn't he? If the sentence is long. It looks like he has some sort of template where, like, there's a certain distance from the right and left where he won't go past this point. It feels like there's I don't know what you call this, but formatting, right? I don't know if I've seen the videos you're talking about, Rob, on Reddit. I don't really use Reddit. Okay, let me take a look at this again. Maybe I can do this. Probably would be here. Let's forget that for a second. Let's just leave it as it is for now. I do want this to take a little longer, though. Gotta put a period on this. Okay, and then for the third one, yeah, these text-to-speech, these are really funny. What the fetch? Oh, the reason you can't hear it is because I was watching something earlier. There you go.
My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions.
Gotta get Ryan in here.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but
that one's terrible. Let's try Will.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game.
Let's do some British English. Let's get some Peter up in here.
So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game.
That's basically Rob's voice right there. What is this?
What was your worst I overslept
This is the best one. This is like the meme. This is like the meme voice. And I remember finding where this actually was. There was a site that uses this guy's voice, Robot Rob or whatever. Or you just said Robot Rob and then I said it. I didn't mean to do that. It's a brain fart. But this voice is like the one used in all the memes.
experience?
I know what you're talking about.
Freshman year of college, I was in an English class that met every day at 7:40 a.m. Probably such a bad time slot because it was a young interim professor teaching his first college class, the grade.
Yeah, that's a good one. I remember finding the website that used that voice specifically.
So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey.
Let's try Rob.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an
That's horrible. Screw that. Let's try Mike. Oh, these are English again. American English. I want the Queen's English, man. Give me some Charles.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey.
Oh my gosh, that was horrible. Come on, Graham.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions.
This is what I'm talking about.
So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey.
A little bit. Peter Kenny, he has the best voice. Peter Kenny, Witcher. He has the best voice ever.
The Last Wish.
I love his
Written
voice.
by Andrzej Sapkowski. Translated from the Polish by Danusia Stock. And read by Peter Kenny. The Voice of Reason. 1. She came to him towards morning. She entered very carefully, moving silently, floating through the chamber like a phantom. The only sound...
Freaking the best voice ever. I want this guy to read the audiobooks for my novel. He's so good. I wonder if they do have Japanese. It doesn't seem they do. That would be funny if they did. Try some Spanish. Let's get Alberto in here.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So it took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game.
Let's try Mexican Spanish, Diego.
So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey.
Let's hear some freaking French. Hit me up, Elaine.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the story in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflict and moral dilemma in Lost Odyssey.
That is hilarious. I liked the Spanish one better, but we got Canadian French? What the fetch?
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotion. So it took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the story in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflict and moral dilemma in Lost Odyssey.
Try Italian here. Me up. Vittorio.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and the moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey.
I need a Japanese. Text to speech. Speech? How does fetch you spell? There we go. Read that, baby.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make
Yes!
an innovative game that would incite players' emotions, so I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game.
Where's
My
my
wish
ad
is
blocker?
that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey.
Where is it? Where's my extensions? Okay. Pause on this site. That was amazing. That's Takumi. Let's get, I guess they just have a woman version.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions, so I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game,
This is
but
awesome.
put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the
I have like a really deep, like samurai type voice. This is the one. This is the website where I found the other guy they use all the time. What the fetch? What's happening? Or it looks like it, but maybe it's not. Okay, I just remembered those faces was part of it. I'm not looking to translate. I'm looking to just say it. I didn't download anything. It sent me to the extensions, the web extensions thing. And I closed out of it. Okay, Japanese females, all they got on this one.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game.
That's no good. Yeah, I'm wasting a lot of time, but this is funny. I wish there was one for like a deep Japanese voice. Like maybe you guys can look for it and find one for me while I keep working on this. But it'd be funny if we got like this samurai like type dude, you know, to voice it. That'd be hilarious. I don't think I clicked the wrong button. I really don't. This one. No, that was the one with Takumi who was good. So this one, right? You put your stuff in here. And then speak Japanese.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions.
Slower than that.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions.
This isn't the same website. It's kind of similar to the one I found, but maybe I just do a text-to-speech search and see if I can find the same website. Scottish accent. What the fetch?
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions.
That's totally wrong. That is not a Scottish accent. This sucks. Yeah, UK male. Hopefully this will be him.
Edit this text here or upload a file such as text, PDF or ebook.
Did I not do that? Thank you. Doesn't let you go over the top.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite...
Can't even pronounce innovative. Get out of here. Microsoft Desktop, David?
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative...
Alright, anyways, I'm wasting time now. Let's get back to this. The website that had Takumi's voice was... this one. Free text-to-speech. ttsmp3.com/text-to-speech/Japanese. And it doesn't like my ad blocker. All right. Okay. Now we're going to do this one. Now I know that they come with some preset animations that are really kind of cheesy. These animation presets. Text. Animate in. And what you can do is just like put something random on it like that. Put it on first. And it'll do like... Okay, so we don't like this one. But anyways, you can kind of find one that's kind of a stretch. Try this one. Oh, it's not on. Yeah, we don't want that either. Playing with a twist. Okay, no. I don't think there are very many permissions for what you can upload on here. You could send it to me in a private message instead of trying to put it here. Instead of trying to put it here in the Patreon. I've disabled a lot of, like, what people can post in this. But you can send it to me in a private message and it should work. I don't like any of these. I'm gonna be honest. Curves and spins, expressions.
I really like Michael because he is so cute and mewy.
I like you too. Let's see. Oh, it's going the wrong way. Transform maybe would be right. I think it'd be easier to find a freaking... Well, there's got to be one that just... Yeah, that kind of thing, right? This is the kind of thing that... We're in the right place, I think. I think I know what could make it work. Because it's doing it based on where it's... where this is at. What is this called? The anchor point, right? If I move the anchor point over here... I probably need to do for this. And I put stretch horizontal on, then what would it look like? Oh, I still did the same thing. Never mind. Never mind. Slide swoop, what does that look like? Oh man, this is gonna be funny if I find the right one. That is like the type of animation that they do, right? It's like the style. Let me see.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players...
Give me 1 second, I'll be right back again. 1 second, 1 second. Alright, I'm back. And to undo that animation. It's over a bit, but stretch and blur, maybe. Maybe I could just mess with the parameters of that, right? Like, we have an expression here for the blurriness on this, but if we just stretched it out, made it so that it doesn't stretch like so far. Like maybe if we started at like 50. Even less, like start at like 80 or something. Or even 95. And take the fast blur off. And maybe we could start it more like 75 or something, right? Even 60. But instead of doing that, what we'll do is an opacity. It'll be 0 here. And it'll... That is almost exactly what it looks like in the game. Dude, that's awesome. Okay. We're going to start it a little less intense, though. So instead of 60, we're going to do 75. Yeah! Yeah! That looks good. Well, it looks cheesy, like the game. That's what I mean, but...
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey.
Now the other thing I want to do is make that an easy ease keyframe, this one right here. Same thing as before, where we kind of ease into it. Yeah, like that. That's better. Much better. All right, this is looking good.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed in...
Okay, and I think I want to start again, not quite so big. So we'll go 85, and that should be good. I might also want to ease it in as well. It's not going so.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts.
Yeah, I'm going to ease this in. And I'm going to spread it out a bit more, so it takes a little longer to finish the animation. You had an opportunity to upstage the
My
original
biggest
game.
desire with
Hold on.
Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey.
That looks perfect.
I'm most happy when I...
So I'll have to do a fade now into the next composition. So I'm going to take all of these and pre-compose them. Rob is saying, well, you had an opportunity to upstage the original game, but your petty sense of aesthetic realism got in the way. It is what it is, man. Okay. How am I going to do this? I'm going to put all of these into a pre-composition called first frame. And now we're going to start on the second frame because this is going to slowly fade out.
Put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. I wish players will be absorbed in conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey.
So we can do something like this. It's actually going to be kind of tough because I read pretty quickly into the next line, so we're going to have to get clever with this. All right, second frame. Let's do night sky for contrast. And what kind of mask should I draw for this one? I think we want these trees. Oh, come on. I think we want these trees in it. We want this thing here. See what that looks like. Masks. Feather the fetch out of it. And expand it in. Make it like 65. And then we put a solid. And we want that solid to be like a purpley kind of color. Now we're going to make it dark. Something not quite all the way black, but close to it. Make it just like something. If it's all the way black, it looks like this. All right, so we just give it just that slight lift. And then where's our lens effects, lens textures? This one again. This one could work. Might not work actually. We're gonna have to go like a multiplier. There we go. Now what happens if I bring this all the way up? Okay, now this could be cool. Hold on. Hold on. Let me think about this. What am I doing? Bring the exposure up. What would that look like? Just like really bring it up. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm feeling this. This is going somewhere. Very cool. Then we'll do our classic filter on this. Filter, I mean mask. All right. Hold on. Hold up. Oh wow, okay, now I'm finally seeing what it's doing. Okay, and then no, this is starting to be a little bit. It's kind of picky at this point, but it's close. I think that looks pretty good right there. think that looks all right. Actually, before we do that, it's going to kind of fade into this one. Now I start saying. Okay, so the next quote is, I'm most happy. Someone with a tear in their eye. Create a text and boom. And we're gonna make it white. Oh yeah, this is gonna pop really well on this page. Again, 125 on that edge. The next quote is this one. Yeah, when you're scrubbing through the voice.
I have some playing Lost Odyssey.
Definitely sounds that way. This one I will most definitely have to break it up. Is that really the whole one? Short one. Oh wow, what did I do that for? Okay. Alright, that's cool. This background might not be necessarily the best choice for this text. Maybe I can just kind of turn it off for now and choose a different one. Because I've got some others too. So we could try the forest one, or the sunset, or the pier, the village. Village. Oh, village we already did, never mind. I meant the flowers. Let me see. I think this one's scaled up a bit. We can scale it down. That. How would I go about... Well, this always happens. I never click it first. Probably go like this. It's kind of the same like type of mask I did on this. But another thing I could try is a gradient on the background. That could work too. Options. Let's see. Try to put this back there. Doesn't look good. Let me get some inspiration from the game real quick. There's one frame where it's like a grade texture. But the one I'm thinking of is there's like a farm or like a homestead. That purpley background thing. Looks like a road. Anyways, I can't really remember, but I'm on the right track. Maybe I could do a painterly lens or texture. Paint texture. Like this kind of thing. That could look really cool. That or this or that could be cool. Here we go. This is really more what I'm looking for. Okay. Let's try this. Here's the paint textures. Okay, and do the same thing where you One thing I could do to make this kind of interesting too is I could just reverse it. So like, let's try a ramp. A ramp where in one corner we have more of a reddish, thinking like a color like that. Yeah, this is getting there. Try that again. Like that. Bottom corner, we have something more in the green. Yeah. Okay. Would some kind of parchment texture have the right kind of authenticity for this text? Probably, yeah. All right, this is kind of cool. This is getting somewhere. I'm gonna have to make the text black again, but one thing I am going to do though, because in the last frame it has sort of the same like bottom left to the top right kind of mask. I think I'm going to try and do opposite, where it goes from the bottom left to the right. So I'm going to flip these. How do we do this? We go to transform and flip horizontal. Do the same thing for the paint texture. Transform, flip horizontal. There we go. And do the same. Actually, I don't think I need to do the same for. All right, now I just need to mess with the masks. Maybe I need to. Maybe this is too. This is like way too much. No, it's the other way around. I need to make it bigger. That. Or like 550 or something. Same with the paint texture. Can't tell what the paint texture is doing anymore. That's what it's doing. If I go higher with this and then or maybe I don't need to do that so much as the opacity. No, don't do that. If anything, this needs to get darker. This is creating kind of an interesting look. Okay. Well, what do I think about this? I think this green color should be a little darker. Maybe not. A little darker, but maybe just less saturated. Play with the mask a bit here. Make it brighter all around the edges. That looks kind of cool. Now these will have to be positioned a lot further down, I think. Can they be read? That's the big thing. Can I read it? Let me take a look at some of these and see what they do. Or I could just open the dream sequences themselves. Let's see. That's a weird one. That's really weird. I don't like that. So it's pretty much either black or white. So what do I need to do here? I need to make it brighter overall in order for the black to work, or I need to make it darker so the white will pop. Let's just see what white looks like right now. If it's somewhere in between the two, then I'm not... Yeah, that's not as legible either. So I need to lift the brightness altogether. And I think in order to do that, we would bring this to 0. Except that I liked... kind of like that. Do that by bringing the opacity down. There we go. Something like that. Or I suppose, right? Here, hold on. Is that what 100? We want it to be less than 100. Maybe like, let's go with like 80. That's kind of cool. But I may need to create another white solid and put it on top of the flowers and do like a rounded ellipse tool. Just around this part. And then just feather it like mad. Not that much, but... You know, it's that type of idea, right? But I think actually it might be better if I just do just a regular rectangle and just go straight across the screen. Out there. And then feather crazy. I have no idea if this is going to work. I really don't. If this will look good at all, you know. That makes no difference. That might be too much. Now I'm covering these flowers with this white blob. It like takes away from it. I guess the other option is I could do some kind of what do they call them? They call them layer styles. Do an outer glow on it like that. Is there a way to feather it? Or like spread? Size? I don't even know what this is doing. Gradient smoothness. Undo. We don't want that. Then, like, how do I feather it? I wish there was just a feathering you could do. Screen. Soft light. What does any of this do? Light. This is the right idea. It just needs to be more subtle. Guess that's it right there. That kind of subtlety makes it a little easier to read, but it's not like crazy. Maybe even do 50% or 75%. I think is what it started out with. And then we could maybe do 25. That does help. I think I need slightly less. Maybe, yeah, 7 was better. Maybe 8 even. Then, what was screen? Yeah, that's too much. Lighten is better. Spread 35. think I need it smaller. It's certainly better. It's almost there. Guess it doesn't. All right, if I just copy this, put it onto the second one. I should make it so you can read, right? It's not quite there. It's better, but it's not quite there. And I think I need to do something with the background. I think I need to maybe darken it a little more. By darken it, I mean like probably something to do with this paint texture. That or brighten it more. Because I don't want it to be crazy. We're at 80. I think that's where we were. I dropped it to 70. What does that do? This is tough. This is tough because I like it better like that. Maybe I can do something with this. That's about as bright as it gets, isn't it? More color into it. Kind of like get it with more color, like that. Fetch. It's not easy. The other option, I guess, is to move these up towards the top again. But I kind of don't want them covering. Oh, I need to turn these off. That was throwing me off. I was like, what the fetch? Oh, that's not right. Is it too intense? Is my filter too intense? Or does my filter on this one need to be more intense? Maybe that was the answer. Not going hardcore enough. My filter. We don't want that. I think I just like it better right there. I'm just going to leave it like that. I'm not going to mess with it anymore. All right. This is what I'm doing. And I'm going to have the first one fade on. Do you think we need to pull this back a little more? Make this so that it starts coming up like right there. This probably doesn't need to be quite so intense. All right, so transition. How does it look?
Conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. I'm most happy when I see a tear in the eye of someone playing.
Right, this is better. Started a little earlier.
Conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. I'm most happy when I see a tear in the eye of someone playing Lost Odyssey.
Okay, that actually looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. We'll start the second one here. Turn it on. Actually, I think I'll just fade this one in as well, to be honest.
Attention to
just fade these in, make them easy. So, this is what we'll have so far. No, it's rendering it right now. It'll start playing it once it finishes rendering. I should say it's pre-rendering it. It's trying to figure out frame by frame, like.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in. My biggest desire with Lost.
That wasn't. Dude, I have it way past here. You gotta render the whole thing, bro.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey.
Okay, it doesn't want to render more than 15 seconds. So let's just do the transition.
wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. Here in the eye of someone playing Lost Odyssey. I wish for people to not play the game without paying. Wish is that players will be.
All right, whatever, fine. It's being butthead right now. Okay. Right now we're going to transition this and this and this, this and this into recomposition called frame 2. And start right around here.
Game without paying into the story and the difficult situation.
Should probably start fading it out right there. And I think I'll fade this into my night sky one. It just doesn't want to render more than 15 seconds at a time. So now we turn these on. Okay, wow, that's actually very intense. What's going on with that? I thought I had a... That looks freaking terrible. Did I think that... Did I really think that that looked good? What did I do to this? What the fetch was I thinking? I'm gonna try paint texture instead of this. That second paint texture that I got. Where did it go? Welcome back. Let's try multiply. Darken. Stencil Luma, Stencil Alpha. That's kind of what I'm thinking. It's not really doing anything though, is it? I'm not thinking about this the correct way. How do I make this a dark? I need to like reverse. probably isn't the right one for this in particular. Let's try. What the fetch did that do? See you, Rob. Have a good one. I don't like this one. The images in the game are never done in a way. Do you see how this is not like they're made to be dreamy, like to have this like ethereal feel to them. They're not just like an image like plastered on there with a bit of a feathered mask on them. There's going to be one more effect I'm going to apply to the edges that will have this moving sort of like almost like hydro cloudy
In the
sort
person
of
he is today.
moving
The present
feel
day
like that. But the images in the background are not just a clear image. They're made to be kind of
more than a hope.
I don't know how to describe the effects. They're hazy, and they've got these textures on them, and a little obscured. You know, like they all have this quality to them. And so I'm trying to create something similar on all the ones that I make. See, like they're not like clear, right? Anyways, that's more or less what I'm trying to do. So in like the previous ones, right, that I've made here, like this isn't just the image itself. I've put this kind of texture on it and you know, faded it a bit, and same with this one, right? And I feel really good about how these look. I'm just trying to now think of how to do that with this one, and I think I probably just need a different texture. So I'm gonna go look for some textures. I want a dark one, maybe like a rustic. That could be interesting. These set to wallpaper. Ooh, that could be cool. I'm gonna give that a try. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Okay, what the fetch? That's kind of crazy. Huh. What if we did color burn? Whoa, that's crazy. Change it. Stencil Luma. Whoa. Huh. Try this color dodge. Whoa, cool. Your dodge, I don't want that. No. Soft. Vivid. Color. That's interesting. Okay. Overlay. Problem is that it just doesn't match very well. It's kind of interesting, but it's like it doesn't match this image very well. Try something else. Something with maybe a watery. Try water texture. Maybe some ripples or this kind of thing, maybe. I could also try combining two different ones together. So I could put this in like the water, and then I could like fade it into another texture for like the trees, and then another one for the stars or something. Like, let's say I go with, let me see here. Let's go with that. Or this one, actually. This one could look cool. Actually, hold on. This isn't actually the real size. Let's try water texture 2 first. And yes. Okay, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be cool. So we'll do this, but like mask it so that it's only covering like this portion. And then turn it down a bit. Just sort of, you know, it's not like, just sort of blends into it a bit, like that. And then maybe, let's try our lens effect. Even. Tried this one? I think I did just try this one. What was 4? The only thing I don't like about this are those water spots. I wish it didn't have those. I wish it was more of like just a hazy. Maybe I could do a like fog texture. Okay, so this was the one I put on the first one. Didn't do anything. Let's do screen. What I'm going to do is kind of just mask it over there. And it's done by 25 or something. Okay. I don't think I masked this at all or feathered it at all. You could probably even go down to like 15 on this or something. 18. Maybe like a hazy texture. Ooh, that's cool. This is cool. Oh, it's actually a real picture. It's a picture of a forest under fog. It could still work. Any others that I like real quick? I think those will work. Ooh, this one could be cool. Yeah, ethereal, that's what we're going for. It's a good word for it. If you're in the YouTube chat, sorry about that, this might be your first time into one of these. I actually use the Discord to interact with people for these specific live streams that are for the $10 patrons that are only for them. I respond to them in the Discord chat. So if you're at the $10 level, you should have an invite to join Discord. If you don't want to join Discord, that's fine. I can still check the YouTube chat once in a while, but what it allows me to do is make sure that even though these are not private, even though they're unlisted streams and anyone with a link could get in, so potentially someone who's not a patron could get in, right? I'm not saying this is going to happen, but it's possible. So even if they did, only people who are actually patrons could interact with me through the Patreon or through the Discord, so it's kind of cool too. Okay. If you're still there, T-Soul, that spot in the mountains that's a pretty tough boss. That's like the first part of the game where it's like, whoa, this is actually kind of a hard boss. So yeah, it can be tough for sure. All right, I'm gonna try this one first. Whoa, that's cool. Obviously, it's blowing out the stars. We don't want that, but what I could do is just mask that part out. Right? So we're selected on this. I can kind of come through here. Just say, like, don't affect this part. As much. That is interesting. I kind of love that. Give it maybe like a 65% opacity. But the combination of them is starting to come together. You can see kind of the watery thing here. Let's go to like 50 on this. I like that the black of the sky kind of has something filling it in. I'm going to go 55 on this. I'm going to go 15% on this. And that should be pretty close to what we want. I could also put just a little bit of a lens blur. I mean, just a tiny bit of a camera lens blur on the night sky image. Obviously, that's too much. I'm talking about like 1%. So like before, after. That's still too much, I think. It just gives a little bit less crispness, and it just makes it just a tiny bit softer. So I like that. This is what it looks like now as the final image. It's got that dreamy, hazy sort of feel, right? Without totally blowing out our stars. I might take this up to 60%. Let's try 65 again. I really like that. I really like it. I think it looks awesome. For the stars itself, or for just this part of the image, I think we could probably even bring this down a bit just to like get more detail out of the sky there. In fact, if we brought it all the way to 50, that's pretty killer. The original looked like that, I guess. Something like that. This looks sweet. I'm happy with this. It's saved, don't worry, but I'll save it again. Okay, now we'll put our text on there. And for Lost Odyssey. We'll split this into 2 lines. You feel like there's a line, a hard line here? I mean, that's the horizon from the original image. I don't think it's my filter that's doing that. Like if I turn the water off, right? I do have a feather on this mask. It's a pretty big feather. I could reduce the feather it a little more. But which filter? The water filter? This one? It could go either way. Like, I kind of like what I've come on. Kind of like what I've come up with for everything else. So this could actually work just fine without that water filter. Like I'm not married to this. I just thought it was kind of a cool way to give it like more of a dreamy feel to it rather than it looking natural, right? Because this doesn't necessarily look natural, but that's the point. But I mean, that looks good too. I would be totally fine with that. Let's go grab the rest of the text. Yeah, this is going to be really cool when it's done. And then when the final filter is on, I mean, it's going to have like a moving sort of haze around the outer edges, so that'll really like, you know, solidify the feel to it. But, you know, this looks cool. These words wouldn't be there, obviously, but fade into the next image, and that looks cool, and this one looks cool. Now I gotta decide how I'm gonna animate the text itself. I think I'm gonna do a fade on this one, and then I'm gonna have this one slide from underneath it. The story, the difficult situations they will face. Maybe start it like right around here. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to
No, that was just a joke. I'm not going to use that. I'm not going to use a fake Japanese voice to voice this. No way. That was a total joke. We believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. That would be a death sentence for me if I actually did that in today's climate. These systems make the game more interactive. Okay, it needs to not be that high, probably. Let me play with this a bit. The position needs to not be, like, literally on top of it. Like that. That's fine. Make this one of those. Right. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while... Yeah, it's a little too quick. I think I need to lighten up a bit on this curve. A little too intense. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more... Now I want to make it a little bit more... I think I lightened up the curve too much. Or I could maybe do this. A little bit. There we go. That'll look good. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while... Very close. I think just like I like the curve from the beginning, but this one just needs to be a tad bit less. That maybe. What happened? There we go. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus.
Okay, I like it. We gotta take this and this and this and this and this and this and this. Recompose it into frame 3. All right, 2 more to go. Oh boy. The next 2 quotes are, this game is appealing to players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation for being the first game to make people cry in Japanese. I think I'll animate all 3 of those. I'll fade this one on and animate this one. Okay. My last 2 you have a sunset, which might be a nice, you can do the pier or the sunset next.
And its fans. These make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Odyssey.
Here's our pier. This is a sunset as well, I guess, but think about a mask this. I can either do kind of like a horizontal mask, but that kind of takes away from the ocean. So I might just do one kind of across the sky a bit and one like here or something. So in essence, this. And then we would put solid underneath it. That maybe has kind of a reddish color. And then saturate it less. I guess white is better. How do I make this more interesting? I'm not a fan of that mask, it's too plain. Let's draw one. Can I do like a... something like that. That'll look more interesting, I feel. Really faded in there. Yes, that's 100 million times better. You can kind of opacity a bit. That looks cool. I may extend the sky out more on the top, but like a wider berth, especially for the ocean horizon. Something more like that. Not sure I like that now. I think I liked it better before. This kind of space doesn't really make sense. That's better. Okay, I like that. Now, what kind of texture are we going to put on it? Do hazy texture. Didn't I load more than one hazy texture? Maybe not. Try hazy texture 3. No, let's try hazy texture 2. I think this could look pretty killer. Green makes no difference. See, that is cool looking, but you can see the trees, and I was worried about that. Now that looks cool. Holy fetch. That is an interesting look. I could maybe combine it a bit here. Still kind of give it that faded look to it. That is interesting. Alright, what if I brought in another hazy texture? Like number 3. That over the top of it. Well, made it as screen. There we go. This is kind of cool. It's dreamlike, right? Get rid of these. Oh, I guess it's still kind of hazy or whatever, but that just gives it some contrast and dimension. I feel like it needs something else too, like some kind of stroke. Perhaps a paint texture of some kind could do the job. Just a really light effect though, nothing crazy on this. Well, before we do that, let's just see. It's really pull. And I could probably. That is cool. All right. All right. One thing I'm going to do is I think I'm going to edit the mask a bit here. Pull out some of these rocks and brighten up the edges of the screen a bit. It's not dark on the edges. That's pretty cool looking. I'm happy with that. That looks nice. All right. Get the thank you. I think it looks cool too. All right. Copy. get rid of all this now. This is going to be killer. All right. What I'm actually looking for is this. Oh, did I copy this already? I think I did. Guess I didn't. There we go. And give me some text. And it's going to be white at first, so I need to be able to read it so that I can find it and change it to black. Around there. Actually, wait. It's 2 sentences, isn't it? We can break this up. Why do I always position objects with the axis numbers instead of on the visual interface? Because if I'm doing it on the visual interface, I'm not aligning them perfectly. If you align them on the axis, which I've already decided that 125 on the, what is it, the x-axis or y-axis, whatever one the first one is, right? I've decided that 125 is where these are going to fall on the left side, right? So I want them to be aligned perfectly, especially with text. So if I were to try and like just drag it into position, I wouldn't ever make it fall directly in the exact right spot. So I can use the actual coordinates to put it exactly in the right alignment. So for instance, right, if I were to just grab this and try to like eyeball it into the right spot, I might say, that looks pretty close. But when you actually look at it, I'm like 9 pixels off of being aligned. So that actually puts it in direct alignment. Does that make sense? Oops. Whoops. Wait a minute. What am I doing wrong here? 485? 495. No. Wait. What is going on? Why is my math so bad? 400. I'm so confused right now. $215 to $305 is 90, right? That's 90 pixels. So an extra 90 pixels on top of 305 would be 395. Is that retarded? I don't get it. Why is it not spaced correctly? Oh, because it's aligned with... okay. It's because it's 2 lines. So I'm going to have to eyeball this one, because I have no idea exactly where that is. It's going based on the position of the top line. That's why it's messed up. 435 looks like it's about right. Actually, probably more like 445. And 440. But that doesn't make sense. It would have to be a 445. Well, I don't know if that for sure. Anyways, that looks correct. I think I'll put one of my weird effects on the first one. Fade in the second one. And move side to side on the third one. Oh, we're way over here now.
Which is the story Odyssey.
Okay, frame 3. There. Frame 2, you can end.
For lost.
There. Okay, so here we go. Beneath. First one. We're going to do a preset text. I think we were finding good stuff in the tracking or scale. It wasn't scale. It was in organic? No. Transform. I think it was in the transform. Here we go. I played it a little bit. I thought it was alright. It's not my kind of game, story and like tone-wise, but the battle system was pretty good. I didn't like the male character. They made him like a total moron the whole time. What does this one look like? Yeah, they got it. It's a kind of a character type, right? You got your smart one and your stupid one. It's kind of, I don't know. It's a little bit overdone, a little boring to me. How did this stretch horizontal look? I'm gonna go with that one because it looks like the kind of thing that they would do in the game. All right, except we're gonna F9 this and this. Stretch it out a bit. And we're gonna put transparency. And we're gonna make sure the I was enjoying East 8, but the main female character kind of put me off with making her this typical Sun Deer? I've never heard of that.
Interactive while not taking away from our
term
focus,
before.
which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players' emotions even further.
Okay, it's a little slow. And come earlier.
Interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players.
Okay. I went too far on both accounts. It needs to be a little more like that, and it needs to not quite so early. There.
Interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players' emotions even further.
And I am going to do this again.
This game is appealing to players' emotions even further. It is interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation as the...
That looks good. Okay, I'm cool with that. Second one.
This game is appealing to players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation as the very first game that made me have tears in my eyes.
Taking quite a while. What the fuck?
Interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation as the very first game that made me interactive while not taking...
That looks good. That looks good as well. And...
from Japanese players.
And for our third one, we'll have it animate up. Into position. Well, no, let's do right to left.
I was most pleased by that.
Be like over here at the start. I just know myself. I know for the fact that I'm going to want to just slightly, if possible, ease that in like that. Let's move this down to like a quarter real quick, just so I can see it faster. Yeah, it's not really doing it much faster, is it? All right, pull this in a bit, and let's see what it looks like. No, I don't have a bad relationship with my father. I had a period of time where how do I explain it?
Players' emotions even further.
Hold on 1 second.
It has received a reputation as the very first game that made me have tears in my eyes from Japanese players. I was most pleased by that comment.
He didn't know how to relate with me after I stopped playing sports. Because the way that he and I bonded when I was growing up was that he was very athletic, very into sports. He taught me to love it as well. So he was my basketball coach and my baseball coach in Little League. He came to all my games. He worked with me and practiced with me and taught me, especially with basketball. I was very into basketball. I played on my high school basketball team. And I ended up quitting in high school. I ended up quitting sports. And I pursued other interests like theater and writing and music. And it was around that time, I think, I mean, how do I say this? Like, I was pretty good. If I had stuck with it, if I had had the competitive drive, that was really the thing I was lacking. I was real insecure. So because of that, I lacked that competitive fire that would have really taken me to the next level. Had I been able to find that a bit, even without that, though, I was still the best player at the school, skill-wise, in terms of my fundamentals, in terms of my ability. I was the best player on that team. There was no question about it. But I was soft. I was brittle. I was weak in my spirit. I was insecure. I had a lot of mental health issues. And because of that, I couldn't handle the pressure. I didn't like how it wasn't fun, quote unquote, for me anymore, and I gave up. And that's one of the things in life that I regret the most. I wish I could go back in time and tell myself, like, you can't give up on this. Because I had spent most of my life playing basketball, practicing, developing my skills. And I know I could have played in college had I had that fire, that competitive fire, and had I been able to find in myself the strength of spirit to be able to overcome some of the things that I was facing at that time. And so, anyways, when I quit, I'm sure that was a blow to him to some degree. I'm sure he was not disappointed in me, like, oh, how dare you do that, as much as just disappointed that that part of our relationship was kind of over, right? The way that we had related to each other, I wasn't pursuing that anymore. And I think he struggled to know how to relate to me because he wasn't into the same things that I was now showing interest in. Like he came to my performances because I was in a couple plays at the school, and you know that was fine. But like, he's not real into fantasy. You know, I started reading The Lord of the Rings, and I was into filmmaking, and I was into, you know, fiction, like reading fiction, and he's never been into that. He reads mostly nonfiction, self-help books, that kind of thing. And so there just wasn't like a common interest where we were able to bond in the same way anymore. And I think he kind of started to feel like he didn't know where he fit into my life at that time. I was a teenager. I had other friends, and ended up, dating when I turned 17, my first girlfriend. So I think he just kind of struggled to know how to relate to me. But I wouldn't say that we ever had a bad relationship.
Players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation as the very first game that made me have tears in my eyes from Japanese players. I was most pleased by that comment.
Okay, I like the speed, but it comes a little too early.
Players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation as the very first game that made me have tears in my eyes from Japanese players. I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game
good.
is...
One more to go. One more to go. And we're all done. Home stretch, baby, that's right. What's up, Karnak? Compose this as frame 4. After this, we'll watch the whole review, front to back, make sure everything looks good. If it does, we'll render it out and or export it and start making a thumbnail. And then it'll be all done. Go up on Monday. Do you know? Let me know what you guys think about this. I think this could go either way. I think this could be kind of like going too far to the point of it being silly. But I could put a little A button down here in the corner with the word next on it. I could have that fade in, and it's like you're clicking into the next page. Is that stupid? Let me know if that's like really dumb, or if that would be kind of cool. Okay, it needs to fade out by this point. I'm just going to fade out a little quicker. All right. Last one is going to be a sunset. Where is it? Where's my sunset? Here it is. All right, so there's our image to leave us off. How am I going to do this? Did it again. Actually, go back. Let's come down this way. Something like that. Really blend that in. Actually, we could go on dark with this one. That would actually look nice. Yeah, let's pull the mask in a bit. But then, I think we'll be able to do white. Make sure the sun is more visible, but cool. Let's see. All right. It's a good starting point. In fact, let me try to base this on something here in the... There's a sunset somewhere in here. This one. Try to make it look similar to this. Which means I could pull it down a bit. To leave more room up here for the text. See these kind of streaks? They've got kind of a like a painterly streaking texture. Try that on this too. So let's pull it down. Leave room up at the top for the text. Let's make sure that our mask here is giving us dark at the top and bottom. Like that. About there. I'm just going to bring all of these up. Okay. Okay, I've not played Mother 3, but I have played a little bit of Earthbound. Earthbound's a game I would really like to finish. Alright, let's get some... See if we can find some kind of stroke texture. This is interesting. Be big. This could be good. I'll try this one. I think the reason it wasn't localized is because it had a lot of drag queen-like sexualized characters, and how at one point you play as a monkey that's abused by its owner. Huh. Yeah, I don't really know much about it, other than people have been wanting it for a very long time. This one's kind of interesting. Pencil strokes. Maybe I should look for that. Okay, this one's good too. Let's get this one. Not quite right. Exactly what I'm looking for. It's not a stroke texture at all. It's, I don't know what that is. No, this is really what I'm looking for. Okay. Let's import that pencil stroke texture. Scale it up. And screen. Nope. Let's try multiply. Let's try color burn. Let's try what the fetch. It's possibly because I have nothing in the background, but Stencil Luma. There we go. It's kind of right. If I stencil the alpha, that wouldn't do anything, would it? Light. None of this is correct. And linear burn. What if I reduce it? No, that's not right. Where did I get it to where it looked good? Stencil Luma, I think. I'll play with that in a second. One thing I was going to check real quick. Make sure all of these have motion blur turned on, but within them, make sure all of their text has motion blur turned on. This one does. That's good. Frame 2. Three. Those are turned on. And frame 4. These are all turned on. There we go. All right. I don't know if I like that or not. I don't think that I do. Let's try and make it darken. No. Multiply. What if I did? It's just not working. Not what I want. Try another hazy texture. Maybe this one.
That's where the text is going to go. This is what I'm trying to mimic right here. Where was I? I don't think I've tried this one yet. I'm going to try something interesting. Check this out. Where are you, pencil? Where'd it go? Pencil. Where'd it go? Oh, I guess a stroke. Try this one. I was going to try this one from the start, and I didn't end up doing it.
try one more, see what it can look like. I'm gonna do this in a really kind of a different approach. So like what I'm gonna do is this. Silhouette Luma. Oh, wow. That almost did exactly what I wanted it to do. Let's see. Like it. I like that one though. Okay. It's because it's not the right type of stroke, right? But it's kind of, this is the idea. This sort of streaking thing here. But I think I'm okay with this. I think I'm okay with it as it is right now. Put some text in there. I don't like the word of being the last one on that line. All right, I'm cool with that. Start its transition of opacity there, and probably bring it in full right on here.
I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon.
I think I'm going to animate it a little. So I think position. Position. Kind of just real subtly, but I think I'll maybe from this side. A little bit.
I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want...
Okay, now that's too much.
I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is
There.
I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify... I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon. I was most pleased by that.
All right, just got to animate that last line of text and we'll be there. We'll have made it to the end. Unless I'm going to add in the Xbox 360 A button prompt. You weren't here, Chrissy, when I asked about that. I don't know how you think that would be. I don't know whether to do it or not. Whoops. So on these pages, you see this A button prompt down here? So it'll all animate and then the A button prompt will come up to indicate you can now click to the next page. Like, I don't know if that level of authenticity would be silly or if it would be cool to like just have that kind of come up.
Tied to the game's exploration of what immortality might actually be like.
Because this tells you, okay, now we can go to the next page.
Making each dream feel relevant and clear as to its purpose, while allowing each of them to stand on their own. Ultimately, though, these dreams...
Well, maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it. See, just to see what it looks like.
While embracing many conflicts and depressions themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling.
Maybe I'll do one more of the cheesy ones. Transition movement. Try this. What does this look like? That's so dumb. No, we don't want that. Variable? No. Stretch and slide is a pretty good one. That one's very similar to what they do in the game, so I'll just go with that. But it's got to be way... Whoa, undo that. I'm not trying to click on that. It's got to be way less quick. And the transform part is fine. What the freak? These expressions are kind of... Guess we got to start it at like 60%. Or maybe 70%. That it kind of comes into place. Just feels, I don't know. Doesn't feel good necessarily. It's too quick. I want it to, come on, man. I want it to be smoother as it, gradient to feel really, really smooth. Better. But it's going way too fast at the start.
It was most...
Scale this up.
I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the character's attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon. I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify...
I actually feel like this one here. What happened? Needs to start earlier.
I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon. I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of...
I need to change words. Leave into leaving. Well, the music is in the premiere timeline. This is just the only reason there's any sound in this is so that I can time
I was most pleased by that
when
comment.
the things come in.
My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon. I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for...
Okay. 2 more things to do. Number 1, let's get all this into a decomposition called frame 5. Back to here, and there we go. Sexy deep voice. How deep? How deep do you want me to go? Let's see. I think I want to change the text on this one a little bit because I don't like how far out to the right it goes. On the rest of them, I was pretty consistent in keeping a lot of space on the right. I used to sing bass in choir. I don't usually get down into this registry anymore. Do one of those choral. That's more of a baritone. Yeah, I was pretty consistent on the spacing for the rest of these. Yeah, it's the Song of Time that it plays when you go to the temple. In a world where Square Enix actually makes good video games. Yeah, I need to change the spacing on this one for sure. So that means what are my coordinates on this stuff? This is just a fade. This one is transition. I think I can move these safely. Okay, so we're gonna go maybe to here, like that. We're gonna position this one quite a bit further down, right around there. Let's go 265. No, let's go 260. And then position on this one, I think I can change without it affecting anything, I hope. I'm gonna go further with this. That looks okay, right? Oh, wait, but on the second one, I have to do this too. Whoops. I actually think the word incite on the first one should be on the top line. I'm actually planning on it. I'm going to buy a new mic. A Neumann mic. Neumann? Anyway, one of those really professional microphones. And I'm going to start doing a Voice 123 as sort of a side gig thing. Been planning on doing that. I think I'm going to make that a reality here this year. I'll see what I can figure out. See if I can get it to work for me. Whatever I learn, I'll let you know. Yep, still works. Yeah, it's called voice123.com, I think. That looks pretty good. All right. Second frame. Third frame. Fourth frame. Fifth frame. All right. We are super close. These all look really cool. I'm going to get that little A button. And we'll just call this A button. I want to save it into here. Okay. Let's get it in here. And just overlay it on the top, and then get a ellipse tool, more or less in the center. This and outward. We got ourselves an A button. And we'll fade it in the right places. Maybe I'll feather it by 2 pixels. Look like it full. It'll get the point across, I hope. Okay. So
a lot of effort in stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed.
This is where we'll fade it in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it'll sort of fade in like that, real quick. And like as soon as it starts transitioning, we'll do another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and fade it off. So it's just like boop, boop. Boop, boop. I made that little fade a little more. Boop. Looks pretty good. So then we'll just kind of duplicate that and set it in all the right spots. The fetch. How do you do that? Is it this? What did I just do? There. That was so dumb. Okay. That was all I wanted. Thank you very much. Duplicate that and move it over into its spot. Let's duplicate it. Let's see. We need 5 of them. 1, 2, 3. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's just do 5. Fine. All right. This one's going to come over here. It needs to come on like right when. Maybe like right there. Whoa, not what I'm trying to do, buddy. So I'm right about there. Yeah, that seems pretty perfect. I think I nailed it. Slightly. Okay. Next. Right about there, actually. It's a good time for it to come in. It's pretty good. There's a third one. Okay. That's what I thought. that. The last one, we're just going to have it stay on. We don't need it to disappear. Okay. All the button prompts are in. Now is the last part, which is creating the... I'll just combine these all into button prompts. Now comes the part where we put the fractal noise over the top. And this is the tutorial I was watching before. I could do this in CC Particle World, or with maybe fractal noise. But he does a lens convex. I'm going to play around with CC Particle World a bit and see what I can come up with. So if I do a new solid, and it's a white solid, we'll call this CC Particle World, or Dreamy Effect. Scale it down a bit. Let's do CC Particle World. My birth rate, longevity needs to be like freaking crazy high, like longer than a minute. Wait, what happened? Why did it go away? Oh, okay, undo that maybe? Need to be able to see them. Can I see them if I go 73 or whatever? Do they disappear? Why do they disappear? That makes sense. Whatever. Let's just get the effect looking right first. Whatever. Looking for particle type. Twirly. And he changed this into a lens convex. What is this doing now? It's kind of twirling. How did he get it look like that? Probably just changing the size. .19. did he get it looking like that? Hold on. I have to turn off the sound again. Okay, so he's using a vector blur to get that look. He's doing a fast blur on top of that. Not that much, jeez. You go on top of the effect. What? So confused. How is he getting it to look the way he's doing? Doing the same thing? Vector blur amounts at like 40? Fast blurs at 40. Okay, now I'm starting to see it a bit. Maybe it's the birth rate that needs to be high. Every frame of this is going to be intense. I don't want any gravity. Let's rate like 20. Slowing it down my computer like freaking crazy. This is the like idea of it, right? It's going way too fast. I think the velocity's too high. It's gonna create this kind of warply wobbly thing. The velocity's way too high. You gotta cut back down to like 1. Whoa, what the fetch? I just want it to move slower. It's kind of going too fast. Maybe the velocity can come to like 0.5. I can turn that birth rate down. Where is the birth rate? Where is that? There we go. Still just, it's like spinning too fast. Maybe twirl isn't the right thing. Maybe we need a... What does this do? That looks more cloud-like. We're getting somewhere with this. If I like bring it in here, maybe make the longevity less. Make the longevity like 5. Lower the velocity again. Kind of get this slow, wispy stuff. I'm moving on the outside corners of the screen. Less longevity. Let's make it like 2.5. Let's make the birth rate a little less, maybe like 5. Let's make the... Well, actually, no. The other way around. 7. And let's make the velocity 0.35. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe we need it to be... Let me see. I need it just to move slow, that's all. I just want it moving slow, and maybe I can scale it up. Just like scale up the effect so that more of it's getting to the outside. And then I'll just mask out the center. I forgot about that. I forgot about the fact that the text needs to be on top of everything. Didn't think about that. Easiest thing to do will probably be to put this dreamy effect. Oh no, maybe not. Dang it. This could be bad. I've made this tricky on myself. Not worry about that for a second. The rate at which it's moving is pretty good. It's the size. This will give it more like cloudiness. Scale up. Get my tool. He sucks so much. Why does that always happen to me? Okay, what the fetch, dude? What are you doing? This is the idea, and it will be most noticeable over here on this one. Okay, this is where we're going to find out if this is going to look good at all. All right. We want it to be, I think, less concentrated, so smaller. What am I looking at? Why is it doing this? This is the idea, right? I mean, it's not terribly off. I mean, we're getting somewhere. The velocity needs to come down. Still too fast. I mean, it needs to come like way down. If that's the case, it's not making it all the way to the edges, it looks like. I might want to do... That is the correct... Gravity 10. Gravity 15. What does that look like? It's pretty good if I increase the velocity just a little bit. What does that look like? This is going to take forever to render at full. It's going to take so long. But that looks kind of cool. So if I increase it all the way to the top, right? And then I do a transfer mode, screen, transfer mode, soft light, or transfer mode, hard light. No, soft light was better. Can't really see it at all there. Add. We don't want add. I think soft light was the correct choice. We could possibly bring in mask a little further. One. It's still maybe 75% opacity or 50% opacity or something. Just really subtle. You might not be able to see these at all on the ones that have like white as the background. Okay, well, here we are. How does it look on these early frames? I mean, you probably can't see it at all. Really. Probably can't tell that it's doing anything. Full. This is going to be an extremely complex, long render time. Very long render time. See, this is one frame rendering. That's how long it will take. We'll probably see it a little better on this one, I would think. Might be a little easier to see here. That there's something moving at the edges, but I don't know. I could animate the opacity of it so that it gets. Can't really tell that it's there until this part. Here it's like way too intense. Here it's like, it looks stupid. Like we'll have to do an opacity down to like 13%. 15% or 10% or something. Might go a little softer for this, maybe like 8, but it's not terrible. But over here, same thing. Maybe I'll do opacity. Maybe we can go to like 35 or something. Fades into here. 100. It needs to go way faster than that. I don't know if I'll be able to tell at all if it's even doing anything. But I need to get all the text on top of the fog layer on the outer edges, that it's not being affected by it, like obscured. Because that's not good. We don't want that. I can't even see it doing anything. I mean, it's there, but I just don't see it doing anything. I don't see it moving. Like, at all, even at 100%. Maybe that's because it's in very low resolution right now. I mean, I can kind of see it, but not really. I think the only way to know is if it was at full. But it takes so long to render one frame at full. So long. I have no idea if I'll be able to tell. Look at how long it's taking to render one frame. Oh my gosh. This is going to take hours to export. I don't know if this is necessarily the best way to do this effect, because it just takes so much rendering power. Maybe a fractal noise effect wouldn't be as intense as this, and might even do a better job of getting the idea of the effect across. Holy crap. I think I'm going to try fractal noise instead of CC particle world. This takes way too long to render frame by frame. This would take at least 4 or 5 hours to export just this one shot, or this one sequence. I don't have that kind of time. That's crazy. It's just way too crazy.
It's rendering a frame at a time. So that was one frame. Now it's rendering the next frame. And just did it. Now it's rendering the next frame. And it just did it. Now it's rendering the next frame. And it just did it. There is an effect along the outer edges, like a cloudy animating effect. Yeah, and I'm trying to see whether you can see it well enough in these light compositions. I can see it well enough in the dark ones, but I don't know if I can see in the light ones if it's even worth doing this way. And it's taking so long to render. You can't even tell. See, but over here you can tell. Like you can see this on the outside. And over here you can tell. Oops, over here, I mean. See how long it takes to render one frame? Here, this. So I'm not going to do it this way. Screw that. We're going to do fractal noise. Not sure what that's doing. Start here. Evolution. And do it like 200 times. What is that going to look like? Takes much less time to render. What does it look like? Okay. That evolution is probably too quick. We can go slower than that. Let's cut it in half. That's going to go even less, I think. We can go maybe even 25. Really slow. Okay. What the fetch? What the fetch?
There we go. Now, just shakes or whatever. What does this look like? A little more. Me like. What does this do? Gosh, this is really slow. I wish there was just someone who's already done something like this and like released a video with an alpha channel that has a dreamy video, what do you call it? Not a texture, filter, dreamy video filter. So that I wouldn't have to fetch around with this because this is taking too long. I wonder if I can find one. No, I don't want to. I just want. Like, I just need it to kind of move like this. This is all I'm looking for. This is all I need left to do. And if it's going to take hours and hours to render, I'm just really not cool with that. This is tricky. This is tricky. Let me see how he did his motion pulses.
Let me see here. It's like it takes longer with less revolutions than it does with more. Not enough, anyway. What does that look like when I do this? It doesn't really look like what I want it to look like. It looks like too smoky and not like watery enough. I wouldn't put it over the whole thing. I'm just trying to get a sense for what it behaves like. It would be going on the edges. Like, I liked the way that it behaved better when I was doing the CC particle world. No, not yet. I'm trying to avoid spending money. I already spent money on this font. I don't really like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Doesn't look like they have any stock video. Hazy. Alpha. Haze. The problem with this is it's not going to give me a filter. Alpha channel. So I have some elements that are kind of like this already. I don't need to get these. Because I already have stuff that's kind of like this. Will you get the fetch out of here? I have Action Essentials, which has some fog and haze. No, it would be the same. These are video files that are already rendered, right? So I'll show you. Video Copilot, Action Essentials. We would have like smoke or something, right? You know, this is like a plume from an explosion. So these aren't quite right, but just need like fog. Wonder if he's got something like that. Just motion pulse.
I use these a lot in some videos. Guess I could have maybe layered this on top of that animation I did, something like that. It's too crazy. But I don't think any of these are quite what I'm looking for, though. I need like a fog that moves, but that I can mask out from the center, and that can last for like over a minute long, which is kind of a long time. Most of these stock footage don't have that. They're only like a few seconds. We've tried before. It's really hard to get your stuff promoted on these websites. You got to pay money. Landon has a lot of stock footage that's up, and he doesn't ever get anyone to buy them. These are all like magic effects. Ink flows. This could be cool. The camera is not steady. See, if that lasted for like a long time, that could be cool. This is like the right idea, sort of. The thing is that this would need to keep going for a long time. Oh, it definitely was. It was just as much as it is today. Like we would go get stock footage all the time from what are the stock footage websites? From Shutterstock and what was the other one? iStock and Pond5 and Videvo, Pixel Baby. There was like a whole bunch that were really big back then. They've been going for a long time. This is kind of cool. Here's the problem. The problem is that 3 of my compositions are white on the edges, and you won't be able to see any smoke or haze anyways. You'd only see it like in this area. On this one, it's not white, so you would be able to see it somewhat. The dark ones, you'll see it really well. And this one, you won't see it so well. This one, you will. So, when I say you can't see it, I mean you can't see it well. Like, it's not on here right now. There's no effect on here. This is just how the image is. There is no fog effect moving on this. When I put it on there, it's very, very difficult to see it. It's not making enough of a difference to even notice. Like, you know, immediately, to read it, like, right away. So, I need, like, it's almost like a water. It's less a fog, like, it's like a combination. It's like these wisps are kind of foggy, but then this is like almost a water-like effect. And this does kind of move left to right. This is like a turbulence. I don't think it is water, but they've made an effect that has a water-like property and behavior. I wonder if there's a fractal noise. Fractal noise water. Get this kind of effect. Strings. Spline. Oh, rotation. There we go. All right, let's try this out. We're gonna do a new solid. I'm gonna call it watery effect. Get a fractal noise on this. I have no idea how well this will render. I have no idea. But we turn it into strings. We do spline, contrast 250, and transform. We want to be able to do a free transform, which is not unified scaling, and then scale the width out. And I guess they have -25 on their brightness. $80 for height and 5,500 for width. It's a little crazy. I don't know if I like that, but let's see. Or 550. We don't want sharpness, so. Oh wait, this is a newer version of the effect, so I don't even have that in the complexity part. I just bring it down probably. Just type in a number. Looks pretty good. All right. Let's see. I'm going to try this over like a course of 20 seconds. So like we'll do evolution here to like here, and also maybe I'll fade off this particular This is doing okay. It's a little slow, but it's bearable. Like I could handle this. So if I have one that's this kind of watery effect, and I have another one that behaves a little bit more like fog on the outer edges, yeah, it doesn't want to render more than just a few seconds. Let's take a look at how that behaves. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Do that soft light thing again. I don't like that. That changes all the colors. It's because the contrast is so high. If I do contrast down to like 100. Soft light. How would that look? That's cool. So now we just gotta mask it into the right place. And this is the tough part because of all this whiteness, you're not gonna be able to see it on the edges that well. So for this particular one, it can. It just takes, I'm just trying to get an idea of this. Rendering this takes a very long time. I'm trying to get an idea of how it behaves before I decide what I want to do. So I do this. It's not going to go over the whole screen. It's going to go over the outside of the screen. Something like this. So it should be moving around like the back of the house and by the plants underneath the house towards the outer edge and not in the center of the field. But I can't really tell right now. Again, because all this white on the outside, you won't see it at all in there. But you can kind of tell. Maybe I'll actually increase the contrast in those areas. And now maybe you'll really see a difference for real. I could also extend the mask a little bit on the bottom right, so that hopefully you could see a little more of the field. And there we go. I think I'm going to try that out. So in order to do this, I got to go into, name this frame one. Side of here on this village. Pull this out more. Hopefully you can see it better. The same with this lens texture. Well, especially on this side. Okay. Go to 200. See what that looks like. Maybe it is better to have it at 250 just to see it better. Maybe we can scale the width a bit. Just not. Okay, I guess you can see it a little bit over here. Maybe it needs to go a little faster, and I probably should stretch this less. Come down to like 150 on this, and 80 on this, and evolution, right? Let's go to the end. Let's do like 3 evolutions. But you can see it way better on this one. I think I'm going to have to animate its opacity as it moves from place to place, but I want to see a little bit longer and see what it behaves like. This might be too much. I might need to go somewhere in between 2 and 3, but which I guess would be 2 revolutions and then 180 degrees. Doesn't look like on its own. Okay, this is more helpful. Something about this I'm not liking. I'm not sure what it is.
It's too bright. Or something like that. Oh, it's too much. Did I change? Because I changed the height, so let's try that. It doesn't seem to be affecting the text at all, which is interesting. Like, it doesn't seem like there's anything moving in front of the text. Maybe I should just look closer. Make sure that that's true, but... That was one of my fears, is that it's going to be moving over the top of the text. The text needs to be over the top of everything. Oh, yes it is. I can see that now. I'm going to do that first before anything else. I need to get the text layers outside of these. And into their, on top of this. The problem is that I don't want it to, that's not how it's done here. It's not, I don't think these things affect the text. The text is over the top of it, so that it wouldn't change its readability, right? Like, it wouldn't affect. So I want them to be over the top, but so I want the text to be its own composition. Now I'm kind of worried about see, they're not going to fade out anymore. Ah, this is so complicated. I guess what I should do is make each one its own composition. So make this do text 1. And then have it have the same transparency frames as this. So that it'll fade out the same way.
I'll need to do the same thing on this one. But I think I'm going to change the effect, the second one. That this one goes like this, and then this one kind of fades out as we move into this one. And then I'll do a different effect on that one. See if I can do this at like a third and have it still be readable. See what that's doing. It's not bad. It's not everything is so hazy now. This effect is not having any effect on this part. If I turn it off, see, it's not. This is the same as before. If anything, it's bringing it into clearer focus. It has more contrast. I almost feel like it needs less contrast. It's a little too much. I like that better. I like that a lot better, actually. Cool. See what that looks like at full. Actually, it won't render that at full. Never mind. This is good. Now I have to figure out how I'm going to do this with the text on all the other ones. So here's frame 2, right? Need to take this and this. They have their keyframes way over there, right? Okay. So I should just take them. Paste them here. Their keyframes should still be in the right place.
And then do a pre-compose for text 2. And they should be coming in around here. Same spot as before. Good. And they'll be on top of the next effect that I make. So let's try first to duplicate this, but fade it in, starting from like here to about here. Have the opacity be way lower. Trying to think of teasers for your game, for like a trailer. This isn't bad, but it probably needs more contrast on this one, I would think. But just opacity down. So that when it transitions over, am I at full? I don't want to be at full. That's actually okay. I don't know if I want it to be quite so contrast. Let's just keep this at 150. It just seems like a better idea. How does this look? I might lower its opacity again, but here we're going to just do something totally different, I think. Not this watery effect. We'll do more of a cloudy one. I need to see the transition. Right, on this one, I'm going to change some things. Maybe on the transform side of it. Let's try like scaling these up a lot. Do something more like that. Or do we go down to make them smaller? Let's make them bigger. Like that. Let's reduce the contrast. Let's see what that's like. Just to give it a little bit of a different feel to the last one. Not sure if we'll be able to tell just yet. If not, I guess we can just turn the contrast up slightly, but we just want it to be real subtle, is all. Even there, it looks better. I can't really tell. I can't really see it. Okay, so I can't really see it.
when its contrast is at 100. I'm going to have to turn it up to at least 150. Can't see it! So... it needs to be higher. It's just really hard. Well, I can see it here, but when it's actually playing, it's kind of hard to tell. I can see that it's doing something, but it's just... It just needs to be higher. And perhaps we need to bring this down, this 200, and this to 150 or something. Just for now. And then this is gonna have to start. Oh, we have an opacity changing here too. This is at like 15 at the start, that's why. That's the reason I can't see it. Okay, hold on. 25 to 25. And then it's gonna start about right here, fade out to 0 by about here. Okay, I can already see it better, I think. It probably just needs to be a little bit higher opacity. Maybe we'll go 35% instead of 25%. Then I need to fade this text out. Frame 1, you're done. Actually, not yet. Let me see where this comes in. Okay. Frame 2 starts fading out here. Copy that onto that. And the text will also fade out. I think that this effect will be sufficient for most of this. There, I feel like I can see it better. I do want it to be subtle. I don't want it to be distracting, but yeah, that's good. Okay, now create a new one, or duplicate this one, I guess, and start on the third one. Thank you. It just takes a lot of tinkering and playing around and being persistent. But eventually you'll get it right. Alright, same thing. Same thing on this one. But I'm going to change its properties a bit so that it is taller. We're going to go 300 by 300. Like that. I think I can take this down to like 100. Or maybe 50. This needs to be dragged out. Or how long does this actually last? At first. So right about here is when it's going to start fading off. Get that freaking mask out of my face. This one will be easier to see. And will look kind of cool. Yeah, I like that. It's almost got an aurora look to it, which it fits the sky, right? It almost needs to be a little brighter, I think. Almost. I guess we'll look at it in full swing, but this one is going to be tough. I don't know how we're going to be able to see it on this. We're going to have to really focus it into like kind of the rightish side of the screen. Maybe reduce the mask a little bit so that we can, I don't know. See? Holy crap, is it going all the way to the end? I don't want you to do that. Huh. It's possibly needs less contrast. Maybe it needs more contrast. 200. I think this will match how they use the filter in the game a little better. I feel like that matches how they look here pretty well. Right? They're pretty visible. So I think we look good here now on this one. Alright, now I just gotta grab the... that looks good. Gotta grab the... Let's back for just a second. Bink, bink, bink. And there, and make sure that it still comes in the right place. It does. So we can... Oh gosh, no. Stop. Suppose this is text 3. And just to come in here. And then it needs to fade out. We're really close to the end of this. We're really freaking close. I think I can put that same effect on the end one, and it'll be no problem. It's just this just the next one that's going to be... I have no idea. When does frame 3 start fading out? Here. The text needs to start fading out at the same time. And... in. So that it fades off. Good. All right, let's do the text first. And make sure that it copied it to the right place. Looks like it did. And pre-compose this as text 4. Just need to fade it out at the same time. This one. So it fades out a little quickly because good. Good. Now I just need to find effect will work on this one. I'm going to assume that the first one will probably be best on this one as well. Wow, look at that. There. It's obviously too intense. So let's try 50. 50. And starts fading about there. Fades out by about here. 0. Quick fade. And as for the effect itself, we're going to do a something like that. Actually, I can kind of see it. That's not that bad. I thought it would be really hard to see. Oh, why does it? I'm gonna fade it in a lot later. Fade this a lot quicker. More. I think we can bring this in a bit more to really like get that edge. This a bit more. So we can just see it better. Period all over. This is not bad. We could possibly increase its opacity and see it even better. Though I think that's pretty good as it is. I mean, maybe just go up to 65% opacity. Just so it can pop a little more, but that's pretty good. All right, that looks good. In between would be 55 or 57%. All right, last one. So I'm going to copy this one again. All right, let's see. First of all, let's get it better. Want it to transition later. Now this one, we're going to want the opacity pretty low. I'm thinking like 15. We're also probably going to transform it in a different way. We go up to like 500. This down to 150. It's pretty good. I think I'm going to increase the mask back a bit. It's not covering as much area on this one. Something like that. I think I might even go down to 10% opacity. I think I'm done. I guess the only thing is to get the text out of here. Put it in up here at the top. Should still work. Recompose as text 5. You're talking about the where is it? Mask over here. Pulling it in. All right, I think it's done. This is going to take a while to render. So while we do that, I'm going to go get something to eat. No, we can't watch the whole thing. I have to actually legitimately render it to watch the whole thing. So it's going to take a minute. 1,000 years of dreams, Sakaguchi. Quote. All right, so that's gonna render for a while, but it's not horrible. Like, it'll probably be what, 10-ish minutes, and then that'll be done. Actually, not even that long. I don't think it'll take 10 minutes. I think it'll take maybe 5. That's way better than hours like the CC Particle World was going to do. So, no, I don't think I need to go eat, because it's going to take longer to go make something than it's going to take for this to just finish and put it in. And then I can start the render on the whole project, and that's what'll take a long time.
Tell us a story. No, actually, the one thing I was curious about. Back to that text-to-speech stuff. Ow. Where did we find the decent... It wasn't this one. It was this one. The first one you sent me. I want to take a passage from my book. Put it in there and see what it sounds like. I don't know if it'll let me go this far. I don't know if it'll allow me to put that much text in there. But we'll see. Regale me, Peter. Oh, you guys can't hear it because I have this off. I don't know how to go back to the beginning.
From a distance of over 5 miles, Rasnim sensed his emanation, and in an instant, his malice gripped Felix's soul from across the expanse. A pathetic ploy, he goaded. There's only one way this will end, knave. How many times must I kill you? Felix emitted his will into the ether's flow, knowing his enemy would read his innermost thoughts. Unlike Rasnim, he had not yet mastered telepathy over such distances, but now that he had his attention, he knew his thoughts could reach him. Who do you aim to impress with this grandstanding? Felix's spirit mocked. Anyone with eyes can see your city has fallen. Fallen? Rasnim challenged. Your men lay slain for naught, all while we dine in comfort. They cannot hope to reach me here in the citadel. You'll have to come yourself for that. Felix bolstered his confidence, releasing it into the current as a challenge to Rasnim's hubris. Why else would I have allowed myself to be seen? Your forces are destroyed and the wall has been breached. I am coming for you. As he issued this final threat, Felix again raised his magical veil, though he felt his enemy's reply just before doing so. Come then, and die.
Actually, it wasn't that bad. That's pretty high quality. I'm with Peter. Peter's a beast. Peter's good. Let's get another one. Let's get one from chapter 1. Towards the end here. Once it all loads in. This.
But I am low-born. Surely the people will not accept me. It matters not whether they accept you. They are powerless against this creature and can take no part in the path laid before you. But how? How can I possibly fight that thing? Reuven paused for a moment before lifting his mask. As he did so, a smile spread across his grisly face, his lips split by a familiar scar. For a moment he stared down in silence, unable to find fitting words to describe the fullness in his heart. His centuries-long search, filled with the perpetual doubt and dejection that comes from endless setbacks and disappointment, had been driven by a vision, by an undying faith and hope that he would reach this moment. As he looked into the face of a boy he had just met, he saw the eyes of divinity, of an eternal being, of a sovereign of the cosmos, but most importantly, he saw the eyes of an old friend. For a breathless moment, his soul was overcome, and he could do nothing but marvel at the majesty of Felix's presence. Felix felt Reuven's sense of awe and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He spoke only to break the lingering silence. "Reuven." The Ole met his eyes with determination. "Walk with me, and I shall teach you to wield the power of a god."
Peter's not bad. What about Mike? I thought we tried this one and it sucked.
But I am lowborn. Surely the people will not accept me.
Yeah, that one sucks. Try Gabriel. Was Gabriel okay?
But I am lowborn. Surely the people will not accept me. It matters not whether they accept you. They're powerless against this creature and can take no part in the path laid before you. But how can I possibly fight that thing? Reuven paused for a moment before lifting his mask. As he did so, a smile spread across his grisly face.
Yeah, Peter's better. Try Charles.
As he did so, a smile spread across his grisly face.
I hate that one. Graham.
But I am lowborn. Surely the people will not accept me.
Nope, it's all about Peter. Let's grab another one. Let's grab one from... This one. I'll do a female voice for this one. Just done yet? It's getting close. This is too far. Let's just go to here. British Brian. I don't see British Brian. Oh, from this one? It's a different one. Stupid thing.
Annika awoke to the ambience of the night. Crickets chirped, a soft wind blew, and an owl hooted in the distance, all sounds she had never heard before. Her head was cloudy, throbbing in waves of pain, and her entire body ached. Annika awoke to the ambience of the night.
Don't like it. Red Lucy.
Annika awoke to the ambience of the night. Crickets chirped, a soft wind blew, and an owl hooted in the distance, all sounds she had never heard before. Her head was cloudy, throbbing in waves of pain, and her entire body ached. The bright light of the moon stung her eyes, so she kept them half closed as she looked up at her sister. Siren held her head in her lap, stroking her hair as she wept. She straightened as Annika struggled to raise herself onto her elbows, holding her hands out cautiously, ready to catch her if her strength failed. "Where are we?" Annika asked with a tired voice. "Outside the forest," Siren answered, "that is all I know." Annika took a moment to survey the grassy field, twisting her head around to look her sister in the eye. "How?" Siren looked at her with suspicious eyes. You brought us here with that ring. Don't you remember? Annika caught the light of the ring adorning her finger. As she concentrated on it, her mind cleared and her body rejuvenated more swiftly than it ought. I remember, she answered solemnly. And Mother Silly's her soul is. Yes, Annika answered, holding the ring where they both could examine it. She is here, I think.
That was not good. Let's try Grace.
Annika awoke to the ambience of the night. Crickets chirped, a soft wind blew, and an owl hooted in the distance, all sounds she had never heard before.
This one's not good either. Eater is the only one that sounds good.
Annika awoke to the ambience of the night. Crickets chirped, a soft wind blew, and an owl hooted in the distance, all sounds she had never heard before. Her head was cloudy, throbbing in waves of pain, and her entire body ached. The bright light of the moon stung her eyes, so she kept them half closed as she looked up at her sister. Siren held her head in her lap, stroking her hair as she wept. She straightened as Annika struggled to raise herself onto her elbows, holding her hands out cautiously, ready to catch her if her strength failed. Where are we? Annika asked with a tired voice. Outside the forest, Siren answered, that is all I know. Annika took a moment to survey the grassy field, twisting her head around to look her sister in the eye. How? Siren looked at her with suspicious eyes. You brought us here with that ring. Don't you remember? Annika caught the light of the ring adorning her finger. As she concentrated on it, her mind cleared and her body rejuvenated more swiftly than it ought. I remember, she answered solemnly. And Mother Silly's her soul is. Yes, Annika answered, holding the ring where they both could examine it. She is here, I think.
That one's the best one, probably. Okay, this is done now. Let's get it in there. So close, so close, so close, so close, so close, so close, so close. Get in here. Lost Odyssey. Fix cups. It's a 10 gigabyte file. Holy fetch. All right. Let's put it in there. And we can watch it.
For how he wanted the...
Oh, wait. I was going to fade it in. Transition. I was going to do a cross dissolve.
The story to land with players. And I think that's the best place to start in analyzing what we ultimately ended up getting. My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that ended up getting. My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey.
I think I need to crud. Move all of this over a little bit. I have a little room? I think I have a little room. I just need a little bit more space between these two things.
Ended up getting. My biggest
even more.
He ended up getting. My biggest
Man, I feel like I need to really move it over, but it's going to screw up all this stuff, isn't it? I guess we have a little more space, but I just feel like it needs more space. So I'm going to go 6 more frames. That's about all I can do, I feel like.
start in analyzing what we ultimately ended up getting. My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey
is Gaussian blur, which we don't need anymore.
Analyzing what we ultimately ended up getting. My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. I'm most happy when I see a tear in the eye of someone playing Lost Odyssey. I wish for people to not play the game without paying attention to the story and the difficult situations they will face. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation as the very first game that made me have tears in my eyes from Japanese players. I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon. In each of these quotes,
Sweet. It's done. If you think it's moving too fast, that means I would have to redo the timing on the whole thing. Not just like this. I would have to redo the timing on like everything. So this is just how it was read. And if I were to put pauses into that, it would if I put pauses into this, it's going to push everything on the back of this over, because it will be extending the length of this out to here, and everything on the back of that is going to have to be pushed over. It means that the timing of my music isn't going to be right when it fades out. It means it would be so complicated a thing, because I've timed it with the voiceover here, which I imported into this, right? So I would have to essentially break it all up, re-import that into here, and I would have to change every single transition. It's not happening. It's not happening. That would take at least another 2 hours worth of work.
And I think that's the best place to start in analyzing what we ultimately ended up getting. My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. I'm most happy when I see a tear in the eye of someone playing Lost Odyssey. I wish for people to not play the game without paying attention to the story and the difficult situations they will face. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players' emotions even further. it has received a reputation as the very first game that made me have tears in my eyes from Japanese players. I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon. In each of these quotes, Sakaguchi can...
Alright. I think what that means is that we're done. The video is complete. I was thinking about possibly adding something, but I'm not going to do it. Talking about how you can change... I can't see the effect very well on the sunrise. You can't?
Embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon.
I think it's fine.
In each of these...
I was thinking about adding a quick clip of me saying that you can switch equipment in the middle of the battle. So I do think that's a really cool feature.
I also really enjoyed the battle system. Lost Odyssey features true turn-based combat, opting against the active time elements that most FF games included since 4, giving the player as much time as they need to input their commands without worrying about enemies attacking them. One really unique feature first introduced here is the inclusion of Guard Condition. To put it simply, Guard Condition acts as a barrier between the characters in the front and back rows of your battle formation. When the characters in the front row are at full health, the Guard Condition will be full, offering extra protection to the characters in the back row when enemies attack them. As the characters in the front row take damage, the Guard Condition decreases, putting your back row characters at greater risk. I also enjoyed the aim ring system, which brings a timed element to physical attacks and gives the player a chance to add additional damage or status effects when performed with correct timing. The aim ring system becomes available once you've equipped a character with a ring, and the game also features a pretty robust ring crafting system where you can combine the components you pick up from defeated enemies to create new rings with different effects. There are over 200 rings that can be crafted in the game, and experimenting with them can be a lot of fun. The difficulty of the game is kept pretty consistent as well, mostly because of how leveling works. When a character is underleveled, they'll receive a lot of experience from each battle, getting them up to speed quickly. However, once the player reaches the appropriate level for an area, the amount of experience they receive decreases dramatically, which allows the developers to keep pretty tight control over the game's balance. It's pretty similar to how experience was allocated in Suikoden 1 and 2. Some people probably won't enjoy this, but I like how it essentially eliminates the need for grinding. There is still one area where you can grind a bit and overlevel your characters if you want, as long as you employ the right strategy, but for the most part, I like that this game can be played without excessive...
I would probably insert it right
add
here.
additional damage or status effects when performed with correct timing. The aim ring system becomes available once you've equipped a character with a ring, and the game also features a pretty robust...
I'd probably insert it right there. Right, I would just say, what would I say? This. Figure it out here. Didn't you take me to it? So like right here. Actually, I think I deleted this sentence.
Status effects when performed with correct timing. The aim ring system becomes available once...
Fetch, dude. Oh, it's right here. Did I get rid of that?
Characters at greater risk. I also enjoyed the
risk, and then I also enjoyed. Yeah, I did get rid of this. Basically just add that right there. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses, which is awesome. So what's the...
when performed with correct timing. The aim ring system becomes available once you've...
Yeah, I think that'll be the best place to put it. It's just one quick sentence. Let me go turn off the fan, or the AC unit, so that I can record this and get it in. I'll say weaknesses and vulnerabilities. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. Something like that. He sent me a PM.
But I am lowborn. Surely the people will not accept me. But I am lowborn. Surely the people will not accept me.
That's freaking funny. Okay, new. Last take. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. I also enjoyed the aim ring system, which brings a timed element to physical attacks and gives the player a chance to add additional damage or status effects when performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. You can even switch out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. I don't know if I like these. When performed with the correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle. Maybe not your, maybe I'm going to say rings. Or status effects when performed with the correct timing. You can even swap out rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome.
You can even swap out rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. You can even swap out rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. All right, I think I have some good takes there. Enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. You can even switch out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. I don't know if I like these. When performed with the correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle. Maybe not your, maybe I'm going to say rings. I also enjoyed the aim ring system, which brings a ton. Testing 1, 2, 3. I also enjoyed the aim ring system, which brings a timed element to physical attacks and gives the player a chance to add additional damage or status effects when performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. That first one's actually pretty good. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. You can even
that one's best. I might as well just stick with that.
Even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses. Mid-battle to take advantage of enemy advantage. To take advantage of enemy advantage of.
It's in there. It's in there somewhere. It's probably this one.
To take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. You can even switch out your rings and weapons mid-battle.
All right. Save that and get it in here. Oh, crap. I'm being so stupid right now. All of this.
Performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. The aim ring system becomes available once. Weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. The aim ring system becomes available or status effects when performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. The aim ring system becomes available once you've equipped a character with a ring, and the game also features a pretty robust ring crafting system where you can timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage when performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. The aim ring system becomes available once you've equipped a character. Effects when performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. The aim ring system becomes available once you've equipped a character with a ring.
Okay. It needs just a slight bit more warmth, I think. Let's see if I can add that just a touch. This area. Just slightly more warmth.
Or status effects when performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take effects when performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. The aim ring system becomes available once you've
probably boosted a little too much. This area be slightly
with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. The aim ring system becomes...
Okay, that's good enough, I think.
Additional damage or status effects when performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. The aim ring system can be played without excessive grinding. It keeps the pace moving really well.
Let's see if we can get this to flow.
It keeps the pace moving really well. Without excessive grinding, it keeps the pace moving really well. This game can be played without excessive grinding. It keeps the pace moving really well. The pace moving really well. I touched on excessive grinding. It keeps the pace moving really well. I touched excessive grinding. It keeps the pace moving really well. I touched on
just one frame more.
Right strategy, but for the most part, I like that this game can be played without excessive grinding. It keeps the pace moving really well.
3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Yep, right on time. Okay. It's time to watch it, beginning to end. You guys ready for this? Don't need any of this. Time to watch it. Make sure everything's good. And if it's all good, maybe I'll make some notes while we watch, just to make sure that everything's set. What is the very first link? It's this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Do I really not have any of them? Huh. Okay. Well, thought there was another one, but maybe not. All right, we're gonna watch it all the way through and make sure everything's good. And if it's good, then we will export it, and I will be done for the day. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, it's playing slow. Why don't I just, for the watch, turn it down to half?
There's no better way to summarize Lost Odyssey's thematic aim than with this quote from the game's composer, renowned Final Fantasy legend Nobuo Uematsu. When I was composing the main theme, I often imagined what it would be like to live for 1,000 years. It must be so intolerable and painful seeing your families, lovers, and friends dying while you remain living. This feeling drove me to write the theme in a minor key. Perhaps above anything else Lost Odyssey sets out to do, it's this examination of what eternal life might be like that I found to be the most compelling idea. When framing this in the form of a question, it lays the groundwork for a thought experiment that I find really intriguing. Each of us is born with a drive to survive, to live long, fruitful lives, and to pursue as much happiness as we can. However, if one really could live forever, even while those around you grow old and die, if you could really find yourself outlasting a world that constantly changes and suffer the losses that inevitably come alongside those difficult...
This one's not scaled. Good thing I caught that. Is this one scaled? Yes. Is this one scaled? No, it's not. Okay, I missed a bunch of them. All these are not scaled. What the fetch? How is this possible, dude? Maybe I just... Okay, they are. They're just not showing. Alright.
How fulfilling would such a life really be? At what point would a person become fatigued with the world? Would the memories you make...
No, it's cut on the beat. It's cut on the beat. Also, that scene cuts literally the frame after this. So he's raising it up with the beat, and if I were to have this go even one frame longer, it would go into the next shot. See? He's raising it. Boom. It's fine. Where the F was I?
While those around you grow old and die, if you could really find yourself outlasting a world that constantly changes and suffer the losses that inevitably come alongside those difficult changes, how fulfilling would such a life really be? At what point would a person become fatigued with the world? Would the memories you make with those that pass on increase your happiness? Or would the constant loss of loved ones lead to a path of endless sorrow? Lost Odyssey explores this proposition in beautiful, nuanced ways through the many short stories told in its 1,000 Years of Dreams. And while the main plot doesn't focus as much attention on this theme as I would have liked, it still provides a perspective not often featured in games like this. Nevertheless, it has a strong sense of style and a solid foundation, and for many players, measures up to the great classics of the genre. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. They were in negotiations for a merger with rival company Enix, were broadening the scope of their production capability by founding a movie studio and producing a feature-length film, and were transitioning their game development workflow to accommodate brand new hardware with the PlayStation 2. At this time, Final Fantasy series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi was the executive vice president at Square and was well respected within the company's culture for his role in Final Fantasy's mainstream success throughout the 90s. However, his business philosophy wasn't supported by everyone. Newly appointed CFO Yoichi Wada, in particular, became Sakaguchi's largest source of opposition internally, and their disagreements came to a head when the Spirits Within bombed at the box office and lost the company tens of millions of dollars. Anticipating that the shareholders would ultimately side with Wada, who became the president of Square shortly thereafter, Sakaguchi had already laid down his plans to walk away and start his own independent studio. In early 2001, before the release of Spirits Within, he had already registered a trademark for Mistwalker and secured its domain name. Though he stayed on at Square in an executive producer role for Final Fantasy XI and XII, he was also making preparation.
This is a very nitpicky thing, but it's bugging me. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to crop the top. From the bottom, I should. I guess I can't see it because. So I just want to get like that color right there. And I want to move it down that it fills in. Oops. What's going on here? This one. Move it down so that it fills in that black space in the bottom.
At Square in.
There we go. That would have bugged me forever if I hadn't fixed that.
And secured its domain name.
What did I do? That was weird. Okay.
And secured its domain name. Though he stayed on at Square in an executive producer role for Final Fantasy XI and XII, he was also making preparations to go his own way. And in 2003, he left the...
Actually, I'm a little curious now. Did this not reset to 540? There. Okay, what the fetch? I totally screwed this up. Scroll it down. Is it because this has a crop on it? That comes on. What if I put this top of this? There. Now it's fixed.
Though he stayed on at Square in an executive producer role for Final Fantasy XI and XII, he was also making preparations to go his own way. And in 2003, he left the company which had served as his home for 20 years, and upon which he had founded his name and legacy, to begin a new phase of his career as an independent game maker. What many people don't realize is that Mistwalker, until recently, didn't have the staff or resources to operate as a true development studio.
Save it.
For most of its operation, the company has primarily focused on the story, concept art, and music elements of their games, while outsourcing all other development to third-party...
Okay, this is just going to play slow because...
...party companies such as Feel Plus, R-Tune, and their parent company, AQ Interactive. Sakaguchi still held a supervisory role during the production of games like Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey, but the bulk of the development of those games was actually handled by R-Tune and Feel Plus respectively. In an interview with Gamasutra, Lost Odyssey's executive producer, Rei Nakasato, discussed Mistwalker and Sakaguchi's level of involvement by stating that it was very close when we were starting up the project. There was a Mistwalker office, which is a really small company, so it's basically just Sakaguchi. It's like the Sakaguchi office. It's like 3 or 4 people in that office. So we rented a big space next to Mistwalker for about 10 people. At the beginning of the project, we sent those 10 people in next to Sakaguchi's office and did initial work. He was writing the story while this was happening. Now that
text.
got in next to Sakaguchi's office and did initial work. He was writing the story while this was happening. Now that things are going well, he's more hands-off. We probably see him twice a month. He lives in Hawaii, so he spends half his time in Japan and half in Hawaii. When he's in Hawaii, he writes a lot. When he's in Japan, he does more producer-oriented stuff. He's quite involved, and I think he's coming in again now that the game's playable. He'll probably come up with a lot more comments. We try to satisfy him as much as possible. That will take place over the next few months. Considering that Sakaguchi no longer had access to Square's talented staff or resources, he relied on collaborations with other well-known artists and creators in Japan. One of these was with famed manga artist Takehiko Inoue, who is best known for his basketball manga Slam Dunk and samurai series Vagabond. When looking at the art from Vagabond in particular, you can immediately see how his unique style was carried over to Lost Odyssey, and his work certainly provided a stellar
This is going to play slow as fetch, but
look and feel you don't typically see in JRPGs. In addition to his original character designs, Final Fantasy IX art director Hideo Minaba, alongside Christian Lorenz Schurer, who also worked on Final Fantasy IX, lent their talents to the architectural and clothing designs, and again, I think those influences are pretty apparent. Beyond these talented artists, Sakaguchi also turned to best-selling author Kiyoshi Shigematsu to write The Thousand Years of Dreams, and of course Nobuo Uematsu to compose the music. But I'll go into more depth on their roles a little later. It's just impressive to stand back at the outset of analyzing Lost Odyssey and appreciate the wealth of talent that was assembled for this project. Perhaps it would be blasphemous to equate it to that of Chrono Trigger's Dream Team, but these guys were no joke either. On the other hand, Sakaguchi's choice to publish Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey as Xbox 360 exclusives, rather than releasing them on PlayStation 3, the platform of choice for most of his longtime fans, is something that has confused a lot of players. One would think that such an unconventional choice was driven by solid market research or insider information on industry trends, but the truth is, it might have been motivated by nothing more than a personal beef with Ken Kutaragi, former CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment America. In the June 2007 issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly, Sakaguchi was quoted as saying, "The PS3's architecture is tricky, and I don't like Ken Kutaragi." While the PlayStation 3 was notoriously difficult to work with for third-party developers, Microsoft had absolutely no footing with their market share in Japan, so the second part of that statement feels like it held more weight in Sakaguchi's decision to skip the PS3. In this Polygon article detailing the legacy of Kutaragi in the games industry, it says the following. For years, colleagues have described Kutaragi with a mix of admiration and fear, commonly referring to him as Crazy Ken and telling stories about his tirades at work. Talk to people who knew him in the Sony days, and they'll often describe him as moody, stubborn, and an extreme micromanager. And nearly everyone who worked closely with him in those days seems to have stories of his abrasive approach. Mistwalker founder Hironobu Sakaguchi says Kutaragi blew up at him in a discussion in the mid-2000s, noting that he plans to take the details of that conversation to his grave. Whatever happened between them, it seems to have been bad enough for Sakaguchi to risk taking a hit to Lost Odyssey's selling power in Japan, knowing full well that Microsoft's marketing strategy wasn't sufficient. Microsoft has to change its marketing strategy in Japan. There are a lot of excellent games on the 360, far better games than what's on the Wii or PS3, but not a lot of people in Japan have a clear idea of what games like Gears of War are all about. Just look at the Windows Vista commercial, it's terrible. That being said, he seemed to really believe in the Xbox 360 and had a lot of trust with some of the higher-ups at Xbox Japan, whom he had worked with in the past at Square. When I started out with Mistwalker, I decided to create these two titles, and I was talking to Akira Toriyama, Takehiko Inoue, and also Kiyoshi Shigematsu, and we were preparing, but I had nobody in mind about who to go with on the hardware side of things. And of course, the projects needed funding, and obviously a publisher. And at around this time, I was talking to Maruyama and also Kawai, and Mr. Maruyama was the one I worked with when I was still working at Square. And at that time, Mr. Maruyama was working on US sales of Final Fantasy, so I had a very strong trust with Mr. Maruyama, and also Mr. Kawai was the one who was working on Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9, so I really trusted these two, and that's why I chose to go with Mike.
The spacing is a little bit awkward on where it says Final Fantasy 7, 8. I feel like it needs a space right there. And probably with the so as well. Oh, maybe not on that one. Yeah, it needs it.
Trust with Mr. Maruyama, and also Mr. Kawai was the one who was working on Final Fantasy.
No, the so looks bad now. It looks like it's two-spaced. I'm just going to leave it as it was before.
7, 8, and 9, so I really trusted these two, and that's why I chose to go with Microsoft. While Lost Odyssey started its initial development internally at Microsoft, it didn't get off to a very smooth start.
Yeah, it's fading out at the same time as the background footage,
according to Rei Nakazato. Lost Odyssey was once an internal project that was done by my staff anyway, but it wasn't going well. One of the reasons it wasn't going well was because it was an internal project and Microsoft's culture and systems made it harder. We couldn't go smoothly. That's when we decided to make our team an independent studio, and I asked Mr. Nakayama to found the company.
What? No. No, it's too late.
Development internally at Microsoft, it didn't get off to a very smooth start, according to Rei Nakazato. Lost Odyssey was once an internal project that was done by my staff anyway, but it wasn't going well. One of the reasons it wasn't going well was because it was an internal project and Microsoft's culture and systems made it harder. We couldn't go smoothly. That's when we decided to make our team an independent studio, and I asked Mr. Nakayama to found the company. I then moved several Microsoft people into that studio and all.
Wait a second. 31. No, it's too late. It's too much work. I'd have to go into 2 different After Effects projects and rewrite.
Off to a very smooth start, according to Rei Nakazato. Lost Odyssey was once an internal project that was done by my staff anyway, but it wasn't going well. One of the reasons it wasn't going well was because it was an internal project and Microsoft's culture and systems made it harder. We couldn't go smoothly. That's when we decided to make our team an independent studio, and I asked Mr. Nakayama to found the company. I then moved several Microsoft people into that studio and also hired a good number of people into that studio. I joined that company a little later, after I finished 99 Nights. When asked why Microsoft's systems and culture made development difficult, he responded by saying, one thing is cost. Man-month cost is very high. Not salaries, but being a Microsoft employee is expensive. We have a fixed amount of budget, and with Microsoft's man-month cost, we can only do so much. But if we move the company, per person per month cost goes down, so we can do more. So that's one thing. Recruiting was another problem. We had to recruit a lot of people, and Microsoft as a company has a very high bar to hire people in. The person has to be generally superior in all areas, but game specialists in general are often great in one area and not so great in others. It was very hard to meet all the hiring criteria that Microsoft had, so it was hard to hire people, stuff like that. Interestingly enough, much of the staff he ended up bringing on were ex-Nautilus developers, guys who worked on games like Kodelka and Shadow Hearts. These were devs with lots of experience in the genre, and according to Nakazato, this was a big reason why getting his team unified on the design philosophy was a smooth experience. The game system itself is a traditional JRPG, so we had a lot of people who had a lot of experience with this, and we didn't have to worry. There are so many people used to developing traditional JRPGs that from the perspective of game design, I don't think there was a problem. That being said, the development process was far from smooth sailing. Nakazato went on to note that having a large staff so early on, before Xbox 360 development kits were available, actually ended up costing the team a lot of time and effort. I think perhaps we started too early in the project and ended up having too many people involved at too early a stage. Game designers had to start the design before they even had the hardware, so a lot of what they did had to start off with trying to imagine what things might be in the future. So we had to redo a lot of those things. Working with Unreal Engine 3 on next-gen hardware also proved difficult for Fuel Plus. While it was cutting edge at the time, it was also designed in a way that felt foreign to how many of the team members were used to building games. It took some time and growing pains for them to become united in how they should go about using Unreal Engine more efficiently. In Japan, those who are used to JRPG engines have a different style. Both are inconsistent and incompatible. If we knew that earlier, we could have had a consensus that we should use Unreal 3's method, but we just applied our old philosophy. According to Nakasato, that integration didn't end up going so well. I think we were able to get really highly skilled people together, but it was a new team, a new platform, and a new middleware. Because of this, I think it was quite a challenging project. I don't think that could have been resolved, but we've done it once, so if we were to do it again, we could do it much more smoothly and be more productive. Despite all this difficulty behind the scenes, Lost Odyssey doesn't show many rough edges for it. The gameplay experience is so smooth that I wouldn't have guessed that the devs struggled so much with the hardware. I'll get into the mechanics later, but it was interesting to me as a longtime fan of Sakaguchi that the story was where I ended up having the majority of my personal criticisms. That being said, it's difficult to parse who exactly bears the responsibility for some of its conceptual and presentational missteps. While Sakaguchi is credited as the scenario writer, he's not credited for writing the script, and obviously did not direct the game. He did, however, serve in a supervisory role, with Nakasato indicating that he was quite involved in giving feedback. The team also seemed to make a concerted effort to please him. Without being able to talk to these men face to face, it's impossible to know exactly how the process was handled, but we do at least have some good quotes from Sakaguchi that establish his personal goals and aspirations for how he wanted the story to land with players. And I think that's the best place to start in analyzing what we ultimately ended up getting. My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. I'm most happy when I see a tear in the eye of someone playing Lost Odyssey. I wish for people to not play the game without paying attention to the story and the difficult situations they will face. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation as the very first game that made me have tears in my eyes from Japanese players. I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon. In each of these quotes, Sakaguchi continually emphasizes that the team's focus was to create an emotional experience, to really center their attention on the story. For this reason, I'll be placing a larger emphasis on breaking down the game's narrative, since many of its systems and mechanics, while all really sound, are mostly derivative of other RPGs. For the most part, that's a good thing, and I'll still take some time to go over them because there are some pretty unique ideas here, but the story is where this game really sets itself apart. I'll be discussing the story without spoilers first, but we'll have to dig into spoiler territory in sharing a few examples. I'll make sure to give a clear warning beforehand, however, so no need to worry if you haven't played the game.
No, I cannot slow them down. Not gonna happen.
I want to start by talking about the 1,000 Years of Dreams that I referenced in the introduction of the video. To briefly summarize, the 1,000 Years of Dreams are a sequence of memories that took place in the main protagonist's life. events that he has forgotten about but is slowly recalling as you journey through the game world and interact with certain people and objects. Because this is...
It would prolong the video clip. You don't understand. The reason why they fade is because I start talking
into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. I'm most happy when I see a...
So I'm fading into this so that as soon as I start talking, this can start coming in.
A tear in the eye of someone playing Lost Odyssey. I wish for people to not play the game without paying attention to the story and the difficult situations they will face. The aim for
See, this one hasn't even come in yet.
Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players. So we believe the traditional RPG game...
I can't, because then it will be even faster. It means the transition will go even faster.
Risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey.
It's still on the page, you can still read it.
I'm most happy when I see a tear in the eye of someone playing Lost Odyssey. I wish for people to not play the game without paying attention to the story and the difficult situations they will face. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans.
The transition will be like 10 frames long if I don't... You guys don't get it. You don't get it.
These systems make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey.
These fade transitions would go so quickly, they would look wrong. They have to have time to settle.
While not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation as the very first game that made me have tears in my eyes from Japanese players. I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon. In each of these quotes, Sakaguchi continually emphasizes that the team's focus was to create an emotional experience, to really center their attention on the story. For this reason, I'll be placing a larger emphasis on breaking down the game's narrative, since many of its systems and mechanics, while all really sound, are mostly derivative of other RPGs. For the most part, that's a good thing, and I'll still take some time to go over them because...
If I do this, it will take hours more work. Hours. This is not a go in there and fix it in 20 minutes and re-export it. This is going to take hours to change. And it's for something that I don't even think is that big of a deal. It's not going to change its perceived quality. Like
a game that would incite players' emotions.
Because I would have to realign all of this audio. I would have to push everything that comes after it back and fix the way that it lands, because when this transitions out, it lands right on the music.
However, so no need to worry if you haven't played the game.
See, the song ends right at the end of that, and we move into the next. If I lengthen the amount of time that I am talking here, it is going to ruin the timing of that. So everything after this would be pushed over to the point where this music no longer... No. Oh my gosh. The transitions will be so fast that it will look wrong. I promise you. I promise you it won't look good. I would have to do this. I can't even preview it like this. It would be such a quick transition that it doesn't look good. It needs that longer transition.
I don't like how that looks. It looks tacky. Like, it doesn't look like a smooth transition. It's like, meh. Instead of this nice, smooth. It's not. I'm literally going faster if I do what you say. That doesn't make sense. It feels too fast right now, you say. But if I shrink this in, the transition is faster. That transition feels way better to me. The shorter transitions will allow more time for the next text on each scene. It doesn't allow for more time. It's the same amount of time. It's just that you get this short transition. But this won't make it feel less fast. I don't know how to describe it any better. It's going to make it feel even faster. Conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. 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 It's the same. I'm still saying it as it's transitioning out. Moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. It's just conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. 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 I just don't think it's that freaking important. It's really doesn't make a difference. It's just more work for no reason. They will face. The aim for lost options 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 they will face. Whatever, I'll do it, but it's not freaking worth doing. It's not gonna freaking change anything. It's gonna look the freaking same. is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game...
This one's already short.
by that comment. My overall target for the by that comment.
Gosh, come on.
My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an イノベーティブゲーム that would incite players' emotions.
It's very hard to understand. Have you not been around before for the past retrospectives I've worked on, Karnak? Oh, if they don't have much practice with English, they'll speak like that. You know, that's using their natural phonetics to try and pronounce words. If they've had practice with, trying to pronounce English correctly, they won't be that bad. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how they would read it in their own phonetics. Jumped up to 10 after I asked you to put Lost Odyssey in the poll. Oh, really? Let's see. Like, let's see if we can find an example. Japanese speaking English. I'm afraid I'm gonna get freaking copyright strike for this.
Paris. And Paris. Fantastic. I
won't do a game show. Let's try.
第2回戦はないと認識しませんよ。また神様ですね。もうマジで。ネイティブの耳にはこう。
Still isn't really it. Just like one word, just I'm trying to think of like an interview with a Japanese guy trying to speak English.
Ich möchte Bratwurst.
Hello, Tomo. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well.
See, he's fine because he looks like he's half and half, so he probably learned English when he was young.
Yes. What do you do in Shinjuku?
This is Shinjuku, which is the new area where the Square Enix office got moved to.
Cafe. Eat.
Okay, yeah,
Eat lunch.
Today, what are you eating? What's that?
This is pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple. Enjoy your Sunday.
Thank you.
沖縄最高。Where are you from?
沖縄。Good.
Good.
Nice 沖縄最高。
A little.
A little?
A little bit. She came to Japan, so just we met today. I like Philippines. My teacher. Because happy people are there.
She's not bad.
Looking for some action. Any English? Cherry blossom here. It's pretty early. Where are you from?
Osaka. Friends. Meet.
Oh, okay.
Movie? 新宿スワン
What kind of movie is that?
Yeah,
What's the story of that movie?
Hostel. Love story.
Oh, okay. Have you been to
Love story. So she's just trying to say love story.
Oh, story of that movie.
Hostel. Love story.
Oh, okay.
Story.
Oh.
Hostel. Love story.
Oh, okay. Have you been to a hostel?
No.
Do you speak English? No. Where are you from? Japan. What color suit did you buy? What color?
Black.
Black. Do you speak English?
No.
No? What are you doing today?
Anyways, yeah, they have a hard time. It's the same thing with me though. Like I was trying to pronounce Takahiko Inoue's name. It's spelled like this. I'll put it in the chat. Inoue, right? So it's supposed to be like o, as in o, and then ue, a. Or I guess it would be like u or a. It's kind of like that. But putting all those together, Inoue, the O and the U right behind each other, Inoue, it's very hard to say. It's
Inoue.
Japanese. Fetching A. See, but they say it really fast, so it tends to sound a bit like Inoue. Inoue? It's kind of what it sounds like when a Japanese person says it, but they're saying Inoue. Inoue. There's like this little tiny ooh. Inoue. I had to say it like 500 times to try and get it right. Inoue.
Inoue. Inoue.
You see the ooh.
Inoue.
Inoue. Inoue. Inoue.
Inoue.
I was listening to someone else saying it's kind of something like
Inoue.
Inoue, right? It's very hard to say this.
Inoue. Inoue. Inoue.
So as we would struggle to say that, which is a very natural sound that they make. It's not Inoue, it's Inoue. Inoue, 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 Inoue.
Inoue. Inoue. Inoue. Inoue.
That's very hard for English people to say. So, you know. They would make fun of us trying to say that word. That's not it.
English is hard to pronounce. English is hard to pronounce.
Now, what if I took some Japanese text? And put it in there for an English person to say. It would sound really whack, too. I don't know if it'll do it or not. I don't know if it's programmed that way. But if I took some kanji and put it in here and told an English guy.
日本語のキーボード。
See, he says it perfect. But if I give it to Joey to say, he doesn't even try. That's funny.
日本語のキーボード。
That's freaking crazy.
Where the F is it? Right here. Place footage with that one.
I'll be that guy when I visit Japan someday, says Kornak.
Hey, man. I want to learn some Japanese before I go there, too.
What we ultimately ended up getting. My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. I'm most happy when I see a tear in the eye of someone playing Lost Odyssey. I wish for people to not play the game without paying attention to the story and the difficult situations they will face. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation as the very first game that made me have tears in my eyes from Japanese players. I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon. In each of these quotes, Sakaguchi continually emphasizes that the team's focus was to create an emotional experience, to really center their attention on the story. For this reason, I'll be placing a larger emphasis on breaking down the game's narrative, since many of its systems and mechanics, while all really sound, are mostly derivative of other RPGs. For the most part, that's a good thing, and I'll still take some time to go over them because there are some pretty unique ideas here, but the story is where this game really sets itself apart. I'll be discussing the story without spoilers first, but we'll have to dig into spoiler territory in sharing a few examples. I'll make sure to give a clear warning beforehand, however, so no need to worry if you haven't played the game. I want to start by talking about the 1,000 Years of Dreams that I referenced in the introduction of the video. To briefly summarize, the 1,000 Years of Dreams are a sequence of memories that took place in the main protagonist's life, events that he has forgotten about but is slowly recalling as you journey through the game world and interact with certain people and objects. Because this is a JRPG, Kaim is, of course, an amnesiac. This trope is well beyond commonplace for the genre. It's almost become a part of its core identity at this point. However, Lost Odyssey does something with it that makes the device a little more interesting than what you typically see in JRPGs. As it's structured, the process of recovering these memories, which play out as text interludes that resemble Japanese sound novel games, becomes one of the most enjoyable aspects of the entire experience. Each of these sequences was written by award-winning Japanese novelist Kiyoshi Shigematsu, a contemporary writer and one of the best-selling authors in Japan. To say that it shows would be an incredible understatement. Every one of these short stories is thoughtful and emotionally impactful, remaining tightly woven with the game's central theme of exploring the burdens of immortality. As I read these dreams, it became clear to me that Shigematsu is an experienced storyteller with a strong grasp on his craft, keeping his prose concise and well-paced while managing to be as expressive as is necessary for heart-rending scenes such as these. Sakaguchi described it this way: "The reason I've used Kiyoshi Shigematsu as part of this project is because we don't see enough emotion in video games yet, whether to do with family or some other emotional elements, something that brings tears to your eyes. The main element in these games is often fighting or whatever, but I want these emotional elements. I think the main character, who has been living for 1,000 years and can't die, He has 1,000 years of memories, and that creates a lot of emotional moments. It was these short stories from Shigematsu that helped convince J. Rubin, one of the most respected Japanese literary translators in the world, to work on the project despite being adamantly opposed to the violence depicted in most big-budget video games. To say that it's out of the ordinary for game developers to seek the expertise of a scholar of Rubin's caliber is putting it lightly, and he was equally baffled by the opportunity. I thought there was no way in hell I was going to add to the world's supply of senseless violence, but I agreed to at least have a look at the material. I was shocked to find that both pieces carried a strong message that violence is a terrible human failing and that the taking of life deserves only punishment. The strong moral core opposed to violence and the vivid imagery with which Shigematsu brought home this lesson for his young readers convinced me that I should sell out immediately. No, seriously, I wouldn't have translated a bunch of blood and guts slice-em-ups, but it certainly didn't hurt that they were willing to pay well for these fundamentally wholesome didactic pieces.
What should I say real quick?
I can honestly say that the 1,000 Years of Dreams, for me, was the strongest storytelling element in the entire game. These stories, while taking place at different times throughout Kaim's life, remain thematically tied to the game's exploration of what immortality might actually be like, making each dream feel relevant and clear as to its purpose, while allowing each of them to stand on their own. Ultimately, though, these dreams could be viewed as optional content to the main game, seeing as they're entirely skippable. You don't have to read them to understand the story of Lost Odyssey, but I'd argue that you do have to read them to understand its message. Because while the 1,000 Years of Dreams makes a concerted effort to pose and reflect on the game's thematic question, the main story doesn't make the same kind of effort to answer it. That's about as much as I can say without using specific examples, so let this serve as your official warning that I'll be moving into spoilers now. If you'd like to skip ahead, I've put a time code on screen for you.
Let's make sure that
Let's take a look at some of the passages from these short stories to demonstrate what... If you'd like to skip ahead,
So, 32:26. Is that where I stopped talking about spoilers? 32:26.
In addition to this, the game's presentation is often clunky. Cutscene direction...
Yep, that's correct. Alright, we're good to go.
For you. Let's take a look at some of the passages from these short stories to demonstrate what I mean. In the third dream sequence, titled White Flowers, this part really stands out to me. At this stage of his life, Kaim had settled down and married a mortal woman, and with her had born a child. After an earthquake, he loses them both, and this is the section that follows. Kaim could never say to his daughter, "You go first to heaven and wait for me. I'll be there before long." Nor would he ever know the joy of reunion with his loved ones. To live for 1,000 years meant bearing the pain of 1,000 years of partings. In the ninth dream, titled The Talkative Mercenary, Kaim is working as a warrior for hire. On the eve of a great battle, one which most of the men understand they will not survive, a young man begins to panic. After helping him defect and run away in the night, Kaim is confronted with the following question. "What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You should run away with me. You don't want to die, do you?" Want to live? No. Kaim had no great desire to live. He lives because there's nothing else he can do. He lives because he has to. Toma is far too young, his own burden of life far too fragile for him to know the pain of such a life. In the 11th dream, titled Letters from a Weakling, Kaim is horrified to find out that a woman he once loved, who ended up marrying a friend of his, was driven to suicide by the terrible racism she was forced to endure from her husband's family. As Kaim confronts his former friend, beating him over and over again for not protecting her, he comes to realize that he himself had neglected her calls for help. Despite being strong in many areas, he ultimately showed the same weakness as his friend, and upon visiting their graves many years later, recalls his feelings during that time. Every now and then, Kaim remembers Alex and Mina as he proceeds on his endlessly long journey. When he thinks back on what he himself was like in those days, wanting only to be strong in all things, the memory is a bitter one. If only he had been the person he is today, the present-day Kaim would not have rejected such human weakness. Now he would accept the fact, sometimes with a pained smile, sometimes with genuine heartbreak, that everyone is weak. If only he could begin his journey again, Mina might not have to die. But this is no more than a hopeless dream. He meets them only once, and they are gone forever. The mortals, the humans, the ones without eternal life. This is what makes them all the more dear to him. This is what makes his breast burn for them. Just in reading these excerpts, you can see what Sakaguchi was talking about in wanting to evoke powerful emotions from the player, and the 1,000 Years of Dreams absolutely delivers on that promise. Each one displays refined storytelling that explores a unique premise with incredible depth. The main plot, however,
the reason why my what I say doesn't perfectly match the quotes is because I read the quotes from a website that had them copied, but didn't copy them perfectly. So there's actually two places where what I say is a little bit different than what's in the text, but it is what it is.
Isn't as focused on this motif. During the course of the story, it's revealed that Kaim, along with 4 other immortals, came to the mortal realm as observers from a parallel universe. They'd been sent to investigate a link between the worlds, one which was theorized to be causing the destabilization of the immortals' homeworld. Gongora, one of the 5 who was sent, describes this in his journal.
Our pure and tarnished world was being warped and distorted by some unknown force, not unlike a virus distorting a living being.
It's revealed that the energy that was distorting their world was actually human emotion. Apparently, in their own world, they're devoid of emotion, and when they entered the human world, the memories of their former lives were erased. However, they couldn't die like other humans. This isn't the same kind of immortality that the elves have in Lord of the Rings either. While Kaim and the others don't appear to age, or to be more accurate, just age very, very slowly, they also can't be killed. Due to some differences in the space-time continuum or something, 1 year in their world is equivalent to 1,000 years in the human world. During this 1,000 years, Gongora rediscovers their purpose, but becomes corrupted by the emotions he's now able to feel. He develops a lust for power and control, clinging to his immortal life, and decides he's going to stay and rule over all humanity. Knowing the others would resist him, he erases their memories again and uses them for his own schemes, gathering the magic energy needed to destroy the portal that connects the worlds. At the beginning of the game, Kaim is working for Gongora, but throughout the story, as he meets the other immortal characters, they collectively regain their memories and set out to stop his quest to rule the world. In the midst of this, we see Gongora engaging in political plots to put himself in advantageous positions, but it's all fairly standard fantasy fare. What ended up giving me pause, though, was how the game concluded. After reading all these dreams, which continually pointed to what a burden eternal life is, and given how Gongora's desire to cling to such a life is condemned, I found it strange that, in the end, Ming, Kaim, and Sarah all decided to stay in the human world themselves. In this scene, where the immortals meet up after their 1,000 years, knowing it's time to go home, they're shocked when Gongora announces his intention to stay. It's unthinkable to them, and they tell him there's no way their superiors on the other side will allow it. They seem eager to return to their homeworld, which makes sense, wanting some form of rest from such long lives filled with the loss of loved ones. In the end, however, Ming ends up falling in love and marrying Jansen, one of the most unconvincing romances I've ever seen depicted on screen, and Kaim and Sarah decide to stay and raise their grandchildren. Given the inevitable conclusion of these scenarios, in which Jansen and the children will grow old and die, the pain of which is something the immortals have lived through countless times, I was confused that the game seemed to play this off as some kind of undisputed happy ending. It's like everything we learned about during Kaim's 1,000-year experience plays no role in this decision, and he ends up clutching to his life just like Gongora did, sans the plot to rule the world, of course. Ultimately, the immortals' emotions get the better of them, the very same emotions that were apparently corrupting their world, and it feels like a conclusion that in many ways is at odds with the thread woven in the 1,000 Years of Dreams. This world of mortals is against the very nature of the immortal beings, and their 1,000 years of loss and heartache, emotions they were never meant to feel, was a constant reminder of that. Yet, when all is said and done, they don't seem to accept this. On the contrary, Sarah reflects on the fact that human emotions are what led to her ability to love Chaim in the first place, suggesting that life with emotion, even though it comes with terrible grief, is still preferable to life without it. Perhaps this is best articulated by the famous expression,
"'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all."
It could also be said that while Chaim's mindset about his 1,000 years might have been more cynical at one point, that he learns to appreciate the time he had with loved ones despite being forced to accept permanent separation from them. It could be argued that during the course of the game's events, he softened a bit on this, being given the chance to reunite with his daughter, if only briefly, before her death, which led him to feel responsible for his grandchildren's care. It could also be said that reuniting with Sarah played some role in his change of mindset, and that the idea that an immortal life is filled only with heartache and loss is short-sighted, since it would also be filled with many moments of genuine happiness. I think this could have been a fine conclusion for the story to settle into, but it doesn't spend the time required to show this change occurring within Chaim. We don't get any scenes where we see his outlook on his immortality changing, where he reflects on the pain he suffered in the dreams, but is convinced those experiences are only one side of the coin, so to speak. There's no time in the main story dedicated to this kind of philosophical realization.
It's a lot of scenes from the end of the game because there's nowhere else from the game that has scenes that match what I'm talking about. It's just the fact that I ran out of cutscenes. There's just not much else to pull from.
Or epiphany. We don't have moments where the characters discuss this with one another, where they share their own unique experiences and perspectives on their immortality, and whether they've concluded that an immortal life is worth the fatigue and dejection that comes with it. Essentially, whether the good parts outweigh or justify living with such terrible losses for eternity. Instead, what you get are a lot of scenes like this.
Is it true the Kents have requested a truce?
Indeed. We heard that enough men were committed to cover the Wall Highlands and that most of the Kent force were eliminated. This war was started by them. It's only right they withdraw.
There are also those who long to restore a powerful monarchy. Regardless of what your highness may desire, our country struggles with two political forces, the past and the present.
The authorities in our military have voted unanimously to seize Ura as a preventative measure.
You plan to start a war?
The White Boa is already being converted into a battle flagship, and we've begun assembling troops and arms. This action is for the sake of the entire world.
As you can see, it has been refitted with weapons. Do you understand what this means? Numara, like Kent before it, is bearing its aggressive fangs at our country.
It is increasingly likely that our three countries, Gotsa, Ura, and Numara, will go to war. The purpose of this meeting is to find a way to avoid that. I want very much to hear what Queen Ming has to say on this subject.
In other words, I don't feel this ending is earned. Instead, the story focuses the majority of its attention on stopping Gongora's plot to rule the world, which I find to be the least interesting aspect of Lost Odyssey's premise, the potential of which is tragically untapped by the time the ending credits roll. In the end, I remain unconvinced that eternal life would become anything less than a prison for the person experiencing it, a repetitive, unending cycle that would be less and less fulfilling as time went on. I would have liked to see the game dive more into that philosophical question with its main plot, perhaps even offering a strong counter-perspective to my own. Perhaps it can be said that Chaim just hadn't reached that point, even after his harrowing 1,000-year experience. In the end, he seems to have found the spark needed to stick around for a second millennium. But I guess I just failed to see how the events of the game would have provided that spark. Personally, I think a message of acceptance, that all things must eventually come to their end, and that death is the natural course of life, would have made for a more relevant and moving conclusion. In addition to this, the game's presentation is often clunky. Cutscene direction is stilted and stiff, and while the actors seem to have fine talent, the voice direction falls flat.
Damn, they must be planning to invade Ura.
Oh, I haven't scaled that one. Is this one scaled? I don't think it is either. Oh, it is. Okay.
Voice direction falls flat.
Damn, they must be planning to invade Ura.
The tone is inconsistent as well. While the 1,000 Years of Dreams really captures that raw emotion and power that Sakaguchi suggested he was going for, the main story seems to be committed to undermining that tone with bad dialogue, awkward performances, cringe-inducing romance, and utterly cartoonish villains.
And with its power, I shall control the world! I shall lock your memories away for all eternity!
Displaying the kind of callow sensibilities one would expect to see in the most cliché shonen anime, rather than a story that was designed to evoke deep emotion from its players. I'm also a strong believer in the philosophy that heroes are only as good as their villains, and in this case, the villains are incredibly weak. In every one of these aspects, Mistwalker improved tremendously with the last story, with C12's cutscene director, and more importantly, Sakaguchi himself in the director's chair. That being said, I have to admit that for the most part, I really enjoyed playing this game. As someone who has lamented the changes we've seen in the Final Fantasy series since Sakaguchi left Square, I appreciated the orthodox JRPG design philosophy found in Lost Odyssey. In many ways, it feels like the natural evolution of the Final Fantasy series that could have followed Final Fantasy X, and feels truer to the classic Final Fantasy formula than anything Square has produced since 2001. The fixed camera angles and map design feel very much in line with FF10. The equipment system and ability acquisition shares many similarities with FF9, and this might be viewed as a bit of a purist statement, but JRPGs just aren't the same when they don't feature an overworld map. I love overworlds. I find them to be incredibly effective abstractions that make the player feel like they're traversing an entire continent or world without burdening the developers with creating gigantic maps filled with repetitive content, all in the pursuit of making traversal feel less empty and boring. That's not to say that I've hated every open world game I've played. I've enjoyed quite a few of them. But it seems like developers have abandoned the overworld in favor of open world design littered with dozens and dozens of waypoints that really only feature 5 or 6 unique kinds of missions or quest types. I'm not saying that I don't want open world style games to exist at all. The Witcher 3 is my second favorite game of all time. What I'm saying is that in an ideal world, we could have both. Lost Odyssey's overworld map isn't perfect. You can't traverse the land on foot like in classic Final Fantasy games, but I at least appreciated that you could traverse the oceans in this way. I really miss the kind of exploration that came from gaining different vehicle types, allowing you to access different areas of the world once you unlock them. It was actually one of my favorite aspects of The Alliance Alive, and I wish more JRPGs would return to this style of map creation. In Lost Odyssey's case, you can use the smaller Nautilus to dive underwater and find treasure, but must rely on the larger white boa to break through sea ice and discover new areas. I also really enjoyed the battle system. Lost Odyssey features true turn-based combat, opting against the active time elements that most FF games included since 4, giving the player as much time as they need to input their commands without worrying about enemies attacking them. One really unique feature first introduced here is the inclusion of Guard Condition. To put it simply, Guard Condition acts as a barrier between the characters in the front and back rows of your battle formation. When the characters in the front row are at full health, the Guard Condition will be full, offering extra protection to the characters in the back row when enemies attack them. As the characters in the front row take damage, the Guard Condition decreases, putting your back row characters at greater risk. I also enjoyed the aim ring system, which brings a timed element to physical attacks and gives the player a chance to add additional damage or status effects when performed with correct timing. You can even swap out your rings and weapons mid-battle to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and vulnerabilities, which is awesome. The aim ring system becomes available once you've equipped a character with a ring, and the game also features a pretty robust ring crafting system where you can combine the components you pick up from defeated enemies to create new rings with different effects. There are over 200 rings that can be crafted in the game, and experimenting with them can be a lot of fun. The difficulty of the game is kept pretty consistent as well, mostly because of how leveling works. When a character is underleveled, they'll receive a lot of experience from each battle, getting them up to speed quickly. However, once the
fetch was that? I think that was just a glitch.
How leveling works. When a character is underleveled, they'll receive a lot of experience from each battle, getting them up to speed quickly.
Nope, that's not a glitch. I fetched up. Uh-oh.
Getting them up to speed quickly.
Oh, crap. Oh, the fetches everything up. I think this is supposed to lock in this.
Getting them up to speed quickly. From each battle.
I don't know how that happened.
Getting them up to speed quickly. However, once the player reaches the appropriate level for an area, the amount of experience they receive decreases dramatically, which allows the developers to keep pretty tight control over the game's balance. It's pretty similar to how experience was allocated in Suikoden 1 and 2. Some people probably won't enjoy this, but I like how it essentially eliminates the need for grinding. There is still one area where you can grind a bit and overlevel your characters if you want, as long as you employ the right strategy, but for the most part, I like that this game can be played without excessive grinding. It keeps the pace moving really well. I like that this game can be played without excessive grinding. It keeps the pace moving really well.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
I touched.
That's pretty close.
This game can be played without excessive grinding. It keeps the pace moving really well.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Okay, that's good.
Without excessive grinding.
Save.
It keeps the pace moving really well. I touched on this a bit earlier, but skill acquisition is another great feature here. A lot of abilities are learned from equipment, very similar to Final Fantasy IX, which keeps most equipment relevant throughout the entire experience. In addition to this, there are unique abilities learned by the mortal characters, which can be passed on to the immortal characters through skill links. In other words, the mortal characters only learn their abilities through leveling up, but the immortal characters can learn abilities both through equipping accessories and skill linking with the mortal characters. And if this is done effectively throughout the game, the immortal characters can learn every ability there is. They won't be able to equip every ability at once since they are limited by skill slots, but with careful exploration of the game's environments, slot seeds can be used to increase the number of skill slots each immortal character has, maxing out at 30 slots total for each. I also liked how in combat the immortal characters can't really be killed. If their HP decreases to 0, they'll be knocked out for a few rounds, but if left alone long enough, they'll eventually get back up on their own. Of course, if all your characters are KO'd, you still get a game over, but this was a nice little touch and a good example of telling the story through gameplay mechanics. There's also a lot of great side quests that, in traditional JRPG fashion, lead to the game's most powerful abilities and equipment. Many of these are obtained by traversing intricate dungeons and defeating the game's most formidable bosses, all of which are well designed and balanced. The dungeons in general are really good in Lost Odyssey, featuring some great puzzles that break the monotony of simply running forward and fighting. The environments are diverse and beautiful, and though the maps are usually designed as thin hallways, they often branch off and lead to good treasure, making exploration rewarding. It's also nice to see the inclusion of an auction house and battle arena, which were staples of classic Final Fantasy games, and give Lost Odyssey that classic FF feel. The auction house in particular is great because there's an achievement in Lost Odyssey for collecting all the treasure in the game, and if the player misses a few areas they no longer have access to, those items will appear at the auction house later in the game. The only real criticism I have of Lost Odyssey's gameplay is the fact that it's missing an escape spell. The dungeons tend to be really long in this game, and they generally don't take you back to the beginning once you've finished them. You have to trek all the way back through in order to leave, and that got pretty annoying in late-game dungeons. Shortly after Hironobu Sakaguchi left Square to form Mistwalker, Nobuo Uematsu, longtime Final Fantasy composer, also resigned from the company and went freelance. When asked what drove this decision, his answer, as always, was a bit different than you might expect. It's not exciting at all. I don't even know if you're going to be convinced with it. It's because the Square Enix office moved from Meguro to Shinjuku, and I never really liked the Shinjuku space. That commute, even by car.
I'm gonna split Square and Enix into 2 words. What the fetch, dude? There.
Car would have been an hour, and it just wasn't the right place for me. I felt whenever I stepped out of the station in the center of Shinjuku, I felt I lost direction, and it's always crowded and you can't breathe the clean air. Compared to Meguro, that wasn't the environment I wanted to be in. One alternate answer I can give is that as I moved up the ladder and it became more of a seniority thing, I got pulled into a lot of meetings during the day, and I never got to spend time focusing on concentrating on making music. So being grabbed in different directions and not being able to spend time within the company to make the music, I lost concentration. My decision was, do I want to stay at a company that's...
Crap. I effed up again with the quotes. Gosh dang it, dude. How did I fetch up? There should be 4 parts. Well, actually, wait a second. Is this his second quote? Okay, this is. There should be one that's part 4. This is so dumb. Son of a fetch.
I lost concentration. My decision was, do I want to...
I'm gonna freaking pull that up and copy it again. Getting so freaking annoyed right now. Just want this to be over. Come on.
lost concentration. My decision was, do I want to stay at a company that's going to require a lot of non-creative time, or do I want to continue to make music? So continuing to make music is what I wanted to do and what I decided. Want to stay at a company that's going to require a lot of non-creative time, or do I want to continue to make music? So continuing to make music is what I wanted to do and what I decided to do. After leaving Square, Uematsu formed his own production company, but has continued to contribute to several Square titles over the years. He also committed early on to compose 3 titles with Mistwalker, including Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey, and has retained a strong relationship with Sakaguchi ever since, remaining his go-to composer. Uematsu was particularly excited to write the music for Lost Odyssey, stating that this is the first serious RPG created by Sakaguchi after his long break. Isn't that as exciting as it sounds? Since the story was aiming for a rich, emotional experience, Uematsu wanted to record with live players as much as possible to elicit that response from the audience. Though not all the music features a live orchestra, much of it does, and a good deal of Uematsu's time was spent preparing for sessions with more than 50 players, with separate dates set up specifically for brass and strings to be put together later. Speaking on this process, he said in an interview with 1UP, "There aren't enough recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo." As is typical for Uematsu, the music of Lost Odyssey covers a range of musical styles, from orchestral to rock.
I might need to re-record that line, because the original, he says there aren't many. He says there aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra. But I say there aren't enough. I'm trying to decide, like, if just that one word changes whether or not what he's saying makes sense.
There
aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. So he's saying... because there aren't that many of them, he had to travel to different ones, but why? Whatever, I'm just going to re-record the line, I guess. There aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. There aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. There aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire... There aren't many recording studios in... Many recording studios...
There aren't many recording studios in Tokyo. There aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. There aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are... Wow, I did that twice. You messed up. Recording... Weird. There aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once. I think the second one's better. Are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. I just gotta decide which of those two I like better. So I used a few different studios in Tokyo. There aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. There aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. In an interview with 1UP, there aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. As is typical for
I still think
strings to be put together later. Speaking on this process, he said in an interview with 1UP, there aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire...
Do a little EQ on that. It's not quite right. A little more. Whoa.
Speaking on this process, he said in an interview with 1UP, there aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. As is typical for Uematsu, the music of
I think my voice is just a little deeper right now, so that accounts for most of the difference, but it's not terrible.
Speaking on this process, he said in an interview with 1UP, there aren't many recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. As is typical for Uematsu, the music of Lost Odyssey covers a range of musical styles, from orchestral to rock to electronic, but he seems to have a knack for bringing all of that together into a soundtrack that feels cohesive. It's quite difficult to describe in one word because I composed in many varieties of music for this game. I can say I succeeded in expressing myself very well in Lost Odyssey. I rarely listen to a soundtrack of my own, but I do again and again this time. Anyone who has watched my videos knows what a massive fan I am of Uematsu's work, and Lost Odyssey proves to be no different. His unique touch always ends up becoming a...
Is there a typo in that somewhere? Thank you for pointing that out.
It's quite difficult to describe in one word because I composed in many varieties of music for this game. I can say I succeeded in expressing myself very well in Lost Odyssey. I rarely listen to a soundtrack of my own, but I do again and again this time. Anyone who has watched my videos knows what a massive fan I am of Uematsu's work, and Lost Odyssey proves to be no different. His unique touch always ends up becoming a central part of the identity of the games he's worked on, and the melancholic nature of Lost Odyssey's music blends seamlessly into the story, carrying much of the thematic weight Sakaguchi was hoping to capture. There's no doubt that the music playing in the background during the 1,000 Years of Dream sequences is a massive contributor to the effectiveness of its tone, as well as its ability to tug on players' heartstrings. Uematsu even claimed in that one-up interview that Lost Odyssey's soundtrack was his favorite among all the work he's ever done. I, for one, can attest to the soundtrack's power. Whether it be the main theme, area music, or a battle track, Uematsu pretty much nails all of it. The fact that Lost Odyssey was an Xbox 360 exclusive meant that many longtime Final Fantasy fans never got the chance to play it, since many of them stayed faithful to the PlayStation brand. For this reason, it would probably be a stretch for most people to buy an Xbox just for a single game. But it is worth mentioning that it's backwards compatible with current Xbox hardware and can be downloaded via the Microsoft Store. It's certainly a game I would recommend for old-school Final Fantasy fans, especially those who have been disenchanted with the recent entries, since Lost Odyssey captures the spirit of classic Final Fantasy in a way that I've not seen since the release of Final Fantasy X. There's a formula here that harkens back to those golden years, and it was refreshing to play through a more modern take on an orthodox style that we don't see so often anymore. The thematic content carries a weight that inspires introspection. The prevailing tone is one that I favor for epic fantasy stories of this kind. The combat is engaging and strategic, and its structure is one that I've missed in most modern JRPGs. The 1,000 Years of Dreams alone created a satisfying narrative experience for me, and while cutscene direction and the focus of the main plot failed to deliver on the incredible potential of the story's premise, the overall experience is still one that is worth playing at least once for RPG enthusiasts.
Alright, I guess I just need to record what I'm going to say here at the end. Actually, I think I already have recorded something like that. One of the previous ones. I'll just grab that and put it in there. I can Suikoden 2, the annotation call to action.
I'd like to give special thanks to community members. Whoa, that sounds horrible. Zenmens and Heon for their invaluable help with.
Oh, this is not going to work anyways because I was. Wow, that sounded really bad though. Did I do one for something else? Terranigma, maybe? Guess I'll just have to do another one. Used to comedy? That'd be funny. What did you send me?
I like Mickey because he is cute and Mui.
Let's see. What am I gonna? It's got to be 20 seconds long. I'd probably say like. I'd like to thank everyone for watching. If you're interested in seeing more of my retrospectives, I have 2 on the screen now that you can check out. If you or something like that. Let me see. Let me write it down here. I'm just about to finish, Eric. Thank you for watching. If you'd like to see other retrospectives like this, I've linked 2 on screen for you to check out. Also,
I'll take thank you for watching off the beginning. Put it at the end. Oh, that's right. Yeah, your name's Eric as well. If you'd like to see other retrospectives like this, I've linked 2 on the screen for you to check out. These take me an enormous amount of time and effort to create, so if you'd like to support the channel and make future videos possible, please check out our Patreon page as well. We're currently voting on the next project. Maybe I can say where we're currently voting on the next project. As always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you again soon. That should work. Okay. If you'd like to see other retrospectives like this, I've linked 2 on the screen for you to check out. These take me an enormous amount of time and effort to create, so if you'd like to support the channel and make future videos possible, please check out our Patreon page as well, where we're currently voting on the next project. As always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you all again soon. As always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you again soon. Two on the screen for you to check out. These take me an enormous amount of time and effort to create, so if you'd like to support the channel and make future videos possible, please check out our Patreon page as well, where we're currently voting on the next project. As always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you all again soon. As always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you again soon. If you'd like to see other retrospectives like this, I've linked 2 on the screen for you to check out. These take me an enormous amount of time and effort to create, so if you'd like to support the channel and make future videos possible, please check out our Patreon page as well, where we're currently voting on the next project. As always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you all again soon. Nailed it. Under 20 seconds. Nailed it. Alright, I'm going to edit the plosives. If you'd like to see other retrospectives like this, I've linked 2 on the screen for you to check out. These take me an enormous amount of time. 2 on the screen for you to check out. These take me an enormous amount of time and effort to create, so if you'd like to support the channel and make future videos possible, please check out our Patreon page as well. Patreon page as well, where we're currently voting on the next project. As always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you all again soon. If you'd like to see other retrospectives like this, I've linked 2 on the screen for you to check out. These take me an enormous amount of time and effort to create, so if you'd like to support the channel and make future videos possible, please check out our Patreon page as well, where we're currently voting on the next project. As always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you all again soon. If you'd like to see other retrospectives like this, I've linked 2 on the screen. Another PM. In Gears and Final Fantasy.
Thank you so Match to all my Patreon supporters. You guys are beasts.
That's great. They are beasts. Karnak's a beast. Eric's a beast. It's total beasts. Is it the one? Still going, Chris. We're just about to finish right now. Lost Odyssey. Just had my first FF14 experience. Nice. That's awesome. If you'd like to see other retrospectives like this, I've linked 2 on the screen for you to check out. These take me an enormous amount of time and effort to create, so if you'd like to support the channel and make future videos possible, please check out our Patreon page as well, where we're currently voting on the next project. As always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you all again soon. Alright, it's officially done. Time to export it. Save it again real quick, just to be sure. There's not enough room for it. Not enough room for it. Okay. 30 frames per second. That's fine. Do it at 20, 25. Audio to 20. And Lost Odyssey retrospective review. Here we go. All right, well, let's make a thumbnail, and then we'll be done for real. Let's see here. Thumbnails. All right, so I think we have the Lost Odyssey logo. Maybe not. Is it? Be it. Oh wait, this one's kind of cool too. It's not actually G though. It's the O. Okay.
Kaim Argonar. G Alpha. Oops. That's not gonna work. Is that a PNG? It is not. It's also small. It's very small. Wow. These are all incredibly small. I'm guessing this one would be a good one, but I can't get a big version of it that I can actually... Oh, it's tiny, dude. That's not even close to what it says it is. There we go. Really? I'll use it if I have to, but...
I love you. You are the mewiest. Every time I see your beautiful face I just want to shout, mew 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 mew.
You love cats. Love mewing cats. Someone make... I love you too, by the way. Did somebody make Kaim in whatever the game this is? Is this Fantasy Star Online? This feels like Fantasy Star. You're wrong. I think that's the best I'm gonna get, man. Unless I want to freaking, like, carve him out of that, which would suck. It's a very freaking small image anyways, so screw that. I think the best I'm gonna get is this one. It's annoying. Looks like I have a couple of Kaims already, so maybe. Alright. Enough of this. Up. Let's import. Oh, I never used the forest. Oh well. That one's probably big enough, but I'd rather have him doing an action shot, like holding a sword or something, than just kind of standing. I have a couple different ones here. Let's see. Kaim. What do they look like? This one, tiny. Bet you. Stop. Oh, these are the same thing. Oh, that's the one you just sent me. Okay, so we're using this one. This one's good. I'll have to... I kind of like it, though. I'm gonna have to, well, does anyone know how to use Photoshop to really quickly and cleanly mask character out? Because otherwise I'm going to be doing it by hand, and that sucks. Yep, Final Fantasy 13, the real one. Magic Wand is what everyone uses because it's fast, but it isn't clean. That's the problem. So I'm going to have to do it by hand. And it takes a long time. But whatever, it's the price you pay.
So let's get them to be relatively the size we're going to want, which is probably going to be about like this. Just a bit of headroom there. Back into here. It's going to be probably about right. Okay. Time to do it. Especially around the hair. This is where Magic Wand would get completely jacked. I have no idea what to do with the edges. Fetch, come on. Stupid fetcher. Trying to do this. Thank you. Alright. He's cut out. Let's leave this with this. Pretty good placement. Let's go into the logos here. Title, yes. And turn, or actually bring in Lost. Is it? Did I not bring it in yet? Maybe it didn't. Bit curious if I should do that this time or not. If I take this off. Oh. Well, hold on. I will more of that. Play with that a bit. These are a pretty good edge. Nice. Move them just a tad. To the right. Alright, what background should we give him? We need a Lost Odyssey background. There it was. It has kind of an orangey brown feel to a lot of the marketing. Kind of a glowing, bright, orangey brown feel like this. Something went weird there for a second. Stream. Odyssey. Yeah, cod brown. That's exactly right. All right. Put it up here. And after that, we will get this. Put it on this. That's what we should have. All right, it's getting close. I'm not happy with this. It's not terrible, but I'm not happy with it at the moment. So let's go with 20 and -3. 3. I should make it bigger. If we go into the titles, turn off this. What's it look like? It needs it, I think. Needs the white. Well, actually, hold on. Messed that up. This would have to come off, but then we'd have to also turn this off. Oh, never mind. That is how it looks. Thumbnail. Bada bing. I should probably do something on Kime. A black drop shadow won't appear because it's in this black area. Right? This is what this dark strip is for. Make it pop. It's because it's this sort of gray color, which isn't great against the black, but yeah, the edges on this are going to be bad. You got to be able to get a very good key. I do like the Grand Staff being part of the logo. A golden drop shadow. I don't know if that would look good. Pretty sure it wouldn't. Can't I see it? Even there? I don't know why I'm not seeing it at all. Okay, now I am. What the freak? It's not even appearing. It's too dark. Now it's appearing. See, I can move it down here. But underneath that black, it doesn't even appear at all. Okay. I will give one attempt at seeing if I can key this. With the Grand Staff in it. This is the normal logo, yes. I can't find it though. I have to find it to download it. It's not here at all. Like, it's all this one. Be great. It wasn't, but it is. Yeah, man, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can't get this. I think one time I went and tried to do that. Like, I tried to essentially, what do you call it? Yeah, but see, that's really small. Because I took a really small version of the logo and I tried to, like, by hand key it. But it's actually really tiny. You see how fuzzy the Lost Odyssey is in that logo? Or in that thumbnail that you have here? Like how fuzzy that is in comparison to the other text. It's because I scaled it up from a really, really small logo. I'll show you where I got it from. So I got it from this. See how small that is? That's what I was about to try to do, but it's going to be hard because it's also a small image, so that the edges are going to be very unrefined. Yeah, it's kind of fuzzy, but I masked this by hand, which was freaking stupid. It was really annoying. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Why did that happen? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense, dude. Why didn't this also move over? I'm so confused. Okay, fine. I'll just do it this way. Stupid. You guys. Oh, you're gonna make me trace this thing again. Like, I have to cut out all these little things here. See all this? All these little, like, tiny streaks in between the letters where it breaks and you can see through it. I have to trace all of that. All in here.
in order to get a clean logo. That's going to take like all this. Fetching retarded amount of effort that I'm not willing to do at all. This looks fine. I'm good with that. That's good enough. The only extra thing I was going to do is maybe I'm in here. Give him some. No, I can't because in order to fill it in, like I could do a fill effect, right? Where, in fact, I'll show you exactly what happens when you do that. One of the titles here, right? Let's turn this off. This has a gray layer that is like an outline, almost like a gray drop shadow, and a black drop shadow built into it. So when I fill it, it's going to fill all of that in white. It's not going to like, see what I mean? Now it looks fetching crazy. It looks all like fuzzy. Like that. And it's not going to be able to retain its black drop shadow or anything. So, yeah, you can't just fill it in like that. I would have to essentially mask out all of this and then fill it in, which would take an enormous amount of effort. What was I doing? I'm going to put some contrast on him. Not without changing the color of those other parts. It's the same exact thing. Like, the fill essentially just does it by dropping something on it. If I were to get like colorista or something, or like even like a hue and saturation effect, and I'm trying to like change the color of it, right? It's going to change the color of all of it. You can't just like selectively choose the part you want. What you're suggesting would be the same thing as masking. It's just a different way of going about it. Like, it essentially what this would do would create a mask around the current edges of this thing and would fill it in instead of like it would get this edge instead of this edge. The problem is isolating this gray from this lighter gray that's around it and from the black. But the problem is that they bleed into each other like freaking crazy because it's done like a brush stroke. So there's no freaking way that any tool is going to like figure out how to do that right. I think I just froze my computer. Okay, there we go. A little too much. Let's make him pop a little bit more on there. Oomph. All right, I'm done.
What white drop shadow are you talking about? I don't see a white drop shadow. There's a black drop shadow. And there's white streaks that are mixed in among the black drop shadow because it's like paint. It's like it was painted with a brushstroke. There, on the gray logo, there isn't a white drop shadow. It's a gray drop shadow and a black one. It's just like, it's not even a drop shadow. It's just like a, what do you call that? I don't even know what you call that. No, there's no white. I'm looking at it right now. There's no white. What are you talking about? Are you seeing white in this image right now? Because I don't see white. I see gray and darker gray and black. This is light gray and this is dark gray. This isn't white. No, this is at normal transparency. I don't know what you mean. It's 100%. This is not color corrected at all. This is the normal logo. Yeah, I can't get rid of it. I can't just single out that one gray. It's just gonna take longer still. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'll probably stop streaming now since all we're doing is waiting for this to finish rendering, but appreciate your input and suggestions all along the way. This has been a long one. This is the longest retrospective I've ever made. I think it beats out the Final Fantasy 13 video by about like 3 or 4 minutes. So it's the longest one I've done. I'm never doing one this long again. It's never happening. I'm going to be changing the way I approach these in the future. Make them shorter and make them easier to get out quicker. Yeah, Final Fantasy 13 was 43 or 44 minutes, I think. But I'm not going to be doing these in the same way moving forward. It's just too effing much. it's obscene amount of work. So anyways, this will be released Monday, and next week I'm gonna be gone starting Thursday. We're getting back on Sunday, so, and then Monday is my long day of work, so I can't stream on Mondays right now, but so I'll be able to stream Tuesday and Wednesday next week. And I'll just try to make those kind of like casual, just kind of whatever type of streams. Maybe get back to playing Last Story a little bit or something like that. Rather than like anything kind of intense. They'll be kind of short too, maybe an hour long or something. And I'll be putting up speaking on that, I'll be putting up a poll for the next retrospective people want on Patreon the day that this goes live. So people will be able to vote on that on Monday. In the meantime, I am going to finish my Chrono Trigger orchestration that I'm in the middle of. That'll probably be the next like larger project I upload to the channel. I also want to finish my book review for Sword of Destiny. That'll be the next kind of bigger one I work on too. But I might put out something smaller, easier, just talking to a webcam basically, of just sort of updating people on stuff I played recently. My thoughts on like Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Well, I'm going to let people vote on that. So I would pick that if it were me, but that's going to be one of the choices among other things. It's either going to be finish your Final Fantasy retrospective review series, or Golden Sun, or Legend of Dragoon, or, you know, a number of other options that people can choose from. So Patreon gets to choose. And that too, that's an idea I've had as well for a video. So there's a few different things that I can kind of do. But for the next probably 2-ish weeks, I'm going to be doing kind of low-key streams while I try to finish my novel, which I'm very close to finishing. So I'm writing the last chapter right now, and just want to get it finished. So I'm going to be putting a little bit more time into that, and we'll just do some chill streams for the next couple weeks while I work on that more. So anyways, that's it. Thanks for watching, everybody. I will talk to you again next week on Tuesday. Thank you for all of your support for as long as you guys have been supporting me. Some of you guys have been, you know, for years you've been supporting at this level. So I really appreciate it. You see the amount of effort that it takes to make them, and so the fact that I have people who are willing to support this is what keeps me going. It's what motivates me. It's what makes it possible at all. So I appreciate you guys, and I will catch you next week. Peace out.